Jocelyn said once called the years the word of the guy who was hated by the god of failure. Jocelyn. It's a mess, but nobody think it's a joke. Whether it be a mother, sister, or daughter, whatever, he doesn't talk about fake love. The outlaw, no age can judge him. Truth is always born in the mind. If the big book had shown in the right, Jocelyn said once called the years the word of the guy who was hated by the god of failure. Jocelyn. Just listen what's called the years, the word of the guy who was hated by the god of failure. Just lean.
Alrighty. Hey everybody. Happy Friday. I hope the day has been restful and productive for you. Sorry I was late. I actually made it home very early. I just had meetings out the ass. I had meetings out the ass today, so I made it home early and then I made it home early. I got guac time on the way home to celebrate because the meetings went really well actually. Very exceptionally well. I'm very happy about how they went. And then I got wrapped up in a conversation that was happening on another Discord that I'm on, and I completely lost track of time. Oh my god, with Ruki in the back? Yeah. And even y'all gonna kill me. But yeah. I know I already said hi, but hi Gensuda. Hi Cosmo. Hi Cat Wizard. Hi everybody. For those of you who are lurking, also hello. Thank you, I appreciate y'all. Good to see y'all here. We don't have a lot of information, so I'm not gonna get too I'm not going to get like too in the sauce about it. I'm not going to get too in the sauce about it because we don't have very much about it. But yeah, for people who don't know, BlazBlue Central Fiction got its last update at least 4 to 5 years ago. And during Arc System Works' showcase yesterday, they were like, hey, we're going to release a new canon BlazBlue character for Central Fiction sometime, TM. Also, Robokai sometime after EVO. His character trailer will be at EVO, and then he gets released sometime after that, which is cool. I will not be watching his character trailer live because fuck EVO for various reasons. But that should be interesting. Whoever they're adding in for BlazBlue Central Fiction will also be very interesting because BlazBlue Central Fiction was basically Arc System Works'. Well, that's a lie. BlazBlue Toss Tag Battle was probably what I would call their last actual new 2D fighter, I think. And when I say 2D, I mean also in terms of actual characters fighting and stuff. Every other fighting game that Arc System Works has made recently has been 2.5D. 3D models, 2D plane. Oh, I didn't know EVO ended up being bad. TLDR, because I don't want to get too deep into it. I'll just TLDR it for right now, just because it is important that people know. The Saudi government is doing their sports watching thing, and they invested very heavily in EVO, and one of their shell companies has basically got majority control over EVO as an organization now. The Saudi government is doing the sports washing thing again. That's pretty much that on that. So I'm not watching it. Yeah, they got us in Cade, pretty much. A lot of people are generally of the mind that they're going to wind up dumping it anyway when they realize people are pretty convinced that much like how the Saudi government investment arm thing would do is it wound up kind of dipping out of that one golfing organization that they picked up. They're pretty sure EVO will probably be next once they realize that no, this shit does not make the kind of money hand over fist that you fucking weirdos think that it will.
Just listen what's called the years, the word of the guy who was hated by the
So yeah, we have no clue who BlazBlue's character is going to be. Um, we have no clue. We know that Strive's next character is Robokai. That was not a secret. Jam and Robokai were the first two announced for the current season of Guilty Gear, so that's not a secret. We just don't know when his release date is. Oh yeah. This is I switched over the yeah. This is Bullet. He's my main in Blaze Blue. I know this is going to sound horribly stereotypical, but it's not just for the booba. It's because her playstyle is essentially I will grab you and I will fuck you the fuck up. She's not a grappler, but she has grappler elements to her. And also has at least two command throws. If I felt like playing Blaze Blue today, I'd show y'all, but I don't. She also has a belt that a lot of people think is a tail. Yes. Also, her theme song kicks an immense amount of ass. It's very good. Spirit of Fire is one of my favorite songs in anything ever. Blaze Blue has basically always had really good music. A lot of people are really mean about the remixes that we got of classic themes in Chrono Phantasma. That's mostly because speed metal is not everybody's jam. Not everybody's Cloudberry jam. Sorry, couldn't help that one. Speed metal is not everybody's jam, and that's what most of the Chrono Phantasma remixes of classic character music wound up being. But then you also, and by the time Central Fiction rolls around, for all the characters who debuted before Chrono Phantasma, they have their original themes available if you really would prefer not to listen. If you don't like the speed metal style and stuff like Gallineris or something, it's fine. And then controller display. And the other reason why the music is so good is because it's Daisuke Ishiwatari all the way down. The same person who, was one of the major contributors to Guilty Gear's music, also did Blaze Blue music for the most part. It wasn't entirely him later on, but a lot of it is him. In much the same way that, like, even now that, like, Strive has a lot of people who are featuring and stuff like that because all the tracks are vocal and things like that, Daisuke Ishiwatari still has a very heavy hand in a lot of how that's written. It's not, I believe, like, Naoki Hashimoto is the other person who tends to contribute to a lot of it, and then you have your various contributing artists depending on the song. Like, Aisha has been on a couple of the Strive soundtracks and so on and so forth. So yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, Daisuke Ishii. Yeah, what I would say is that, like, with Blaze Blue, it's he sort of masterminded it, but, like, Toshimichi Mori was probably the person who had a lot more of a say in the overall flow of the way Blaze Blue went, which is why, since Mori has departed Arc System Works, Blaze Blue has kind of, like, been in hibernation. Entropy Effect is essentially a game that was licensed out with the Blaze Blue property. It is not explicitly a continuation to Blaze Blue as it exists. Really, they're not. It was like a completely different company got to use the assets to spin their own kind of thing. It's Ingrid today. I finally decided to give in to the evil and do my Ingrid rank climb. Just to see. Like, the reason why I joke about that for people who have not been. Oh wait, Sin asked earlier who that Soul Reaper in the background. Who's the handsome Shinigami on screen? Wait, shit. Were you talking about me? Hang on a second. I just now caught up with all of that. Was that actually a question about Rukia? Or wow, I'm asleep. Anyway. Someone in China had the idea these BlazBlue characters also work well in a side scroller, which I be outside at some point, but I'm not a developer. The real dirty secret, to be completely honest about it, this is not a one-to-one. This is not a one-to-one, but essentially speaking, if you know how to make a side-scrolling beat 'em up, you already have much of the bones of making a fighting game. There are a lot of principles that carry over. The main differences being stuff like your character does not turn around of your own volition, but when you jump over to the other side of the screen, and you have to account for the camera stuff. But otherwise, and in most fighting games, you do not move into or away from the background. Essentially speaking, if you know how to make a 2D side-scrolling beat 'em up, you have at least 1/3 to 1/2 the bones of a fighting game, of a 2D fighting game, anyway. In a way, fighting games are the side-scrolling beat 'em ups what D&D is to tabletop board games. Yeah, pretty much. Let's... Yeah. I'm just trying to remind myself of a couple things real quick before we get started. What do I do for Rise, hit, done, rise. Do we need 2? I wonder. Rise. Forgive me. There's a thing that I want to sort of figure out here. Sun, rise. We do Sunrise. Okay. Why am I getting... What is causing my game to... What is causing my game to lag? What is doing it? Give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna look around and see if I have other things eating up memory in the background, like a whole ass memory hog. Give me a minute. Oh wow, Melty Blood type Lumina is extremely on sale. If anybody was interested in that on Steam, $14.99 right now. All the DLC is free for that game, and it is getting a sequel. So there's that to consider. Alright, let's go. Sunrise. Yeah. Okay, so if we're gonna do this one, we do. Sunrise. Oops. Sunrise. There we go. I think if we just do sunrise. Sunrise. Yeah. Alright. So, sunrise. Alright, so you have to, if you're gonna do it from there, you have to spend meter. Okay. That's pretty straightforward rule. So, a thing about Ingrid that people may not know, because I realize that people may not be familiar with this and how this character works. If you're here for the first time or here after a while. Ingrid was the last character of Street Fighter 3's Season 3, and by proxy, is the last Street Fighter 6 character that's going to be involved in the World Tour mode. All of the other characters Right, sorry, got sidetracked by watching somebody say some bullshit that is annoying me. So I'm just going to block them. For the record, when a server rule says, hey, no unsolicited promotion, and you're like, but I'm not selling anything, that's not... Unsolicited promotion is unsolicited promotion. You're being, like... This is a thing where... Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. The main point of what I'm saying, something that's not annoying, is that Ingrid as a character, the main way that she works is she mostly plays like a mid-long range specialist, and she has these things called Sun Crests. She starts the round off with one Sun Crest. If you do 2-on-4 LP, or quarter circle back light punch, you can stock additional ones. When she has 4, doing it will just let you fill up your drive gauge. But the main idea is that certain moves that Ingrid uses will expend Sun Crests in order to get more of an effect. For example, the heavy version of her quarter circle back is powered up by Sun Crests. So with 1, if you use the heavy version, it does that. If you have at least 2, it does that instead. And she can only ever consume 2 Sun Crests at any given time with moves that consume 1. Her Super Art 1 can be optionally held to consume them. And you can control how many she consumes by how long you hold down the button. Again, up to 2. So, for example, if I have 2, if I hold the Sun Crest, if I hold the executing button for just a little bit, I can use 4. If I hold it for long, if I hold it for longer, I can do more. My body giving me hunger signs at such a reasonable hour. So bizarre. So, yeah. So the thing I was trying to figure out earlier was mostly just like, what is the cheapest setup that I can get for that? And it's basically, I need at least 2 Sun Crests if I want to do it without burning more drive gauge, or while you were distracted, I got wondering if Ingrid is particularly tall. But then what I actually ended up learning is that Ryu is shorter than I thought he was. Ingrid is also not especially tall either. They try mostly, like, the listed heights are a little bit of a vibe, kind of, but Ingrid is not that tall either. Right. Oh yeah, and it does cause a bounce, which means I should be able to do sunrise. Yeah, then that'll work. Okay, so basically, if I have enough drive gauge to do, I'll come back and do it later. But basically, OD air laser followed by regular air laser. If I have at least one, so like 3 Sun Crests, it's, if I wanted to do Super Art 3, out of Heavy Sunrise, the spinny kick into the flip that lets me follow up afterward. Oops. Yep, fair. Oh, good one. I could have actually still punished him if I had just done that faster. Oops. Oops. No. Nah, that's fair. Okay. This view sorta has the sauce, but if they're just gonna do like fireball games all day, I can make that work. Yeah, it's not your turn. What are you doing? Yeah, and that's why I was like, this Ryu is going to sit and just like throw fireballs all day. And it's not even that they're doing it badly necessarily, but it's like, all right, literally then it's, if you're not going to jump a lot, I just need to mostly jump your fireballs, it's not, and just that's fair. I deserve that. That was rude. I've been dropping that combo a lot, so any opportunity that I get to actually do it, so I can make sure that like I'm not gonna fuck it up when it counts, I will take it. That's fair. Alright. Because probably just a regular sunrise would have killed. But eh. No. Fair. Yeah. Okay. Bonk. Alright, gonna do OD? Yep. Sucker. I could still go 1-1, because this Ryu has enough variance in what they're doing that it's not like a guaranteed thing that I will always be able to read what they're doing correctly, like that. Oh, right. I messed up. That doesn't work unless it's... Ah, that's my fault. I forgot that doesn't work. Like, the thing I did is just literally not a combo. That's why I got hit. That's fine. I think I can take the 2-1 if I'm a little bit more careful about how I approach this. Sweep would have worked better there. Yeah, that's fair. Alright. I know how I need to approach this now a little bit. No, I deserve that. Or you can. Hoping to stop him doing that. Nah. That's on me. The thing that I didn't wake up too quickly enough is that I really should have been contesting more with my own fireballs. Well, not so much when he was like... This is the thing. Getting into a direct fireball war with Ryu is... Yeah. Getting into a direct fireball war with Ryu with any given character is usually a bad idea. You will usually lose. Unless you're Guile. Guile is maybe the only other person that can go bar for bar with Ryu in a fireball war. And I really should have been doing things like laser and stuff more often. But I wasn't thinking about it because he kept throwing them, so I was like, I can't really charge up Sun Crests, which is a good way to kind of keep Ingrid a little out of her element if you keep her from charging Sun Crest. Oops, that's my fault. Yeah, nah. Faded. Say one? No. Bonk. Ingrid's crests are kind of like Jamie's, sorta. I would compare them more to Juri's Uha stocks, really. Active corner. Good though. Ah, I messed up. And then I'm gonna go back to one of the older Street Fighter games, we completely lost out Denjin and Hashogeki. I mean, if you play Third Strike, or even like New Generation or Second Impact, you've got Denjin. I didn't catch that. If you play Street Fighter 3, any version of it, you will still have Denjin Hadoken. Without having to charge up a... Well, it's a super meter. So you still need super meter. They'll need super meter for it, but he has Denjin Hadoken in those games. Yes, Denjin Hadoken is not new. I know you don't know this, so I'm not saying this is to say you should know this. Denjin Hadoken did not originate in Street Fighter 6. That has been a move that Ryu has had in his general move kit since Street Fighter 3. They added that. He gained that move in Street Fighter 3, and he has had it since that game. It was a super art in that game, but because of the way that Street Fighter 3 works, you will have to make a choice between having either Denjin Hadoken, Shin Shoryuken, or Shinku Hadoken. But yes, like he has had Denjin Hadoken. Denjin Hadoken has been a move in Ryu's move kit since literally that game. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it was introduced in, as far as I remember, it was introduced in Street Fighter 3 New Generation as one of his 3 selectable super arts in that game. So when you pick him on the character select screen, it's his 3rd super art. In that game, as well as in Second Impact and in Third Strike. That said, you can still, like... No, he does not. Denjin Charge is a thing that is specifically new to this game, but Denjin Hadoken is not. Yeah. Like, if you were talking specifically about Denjin, it's because when you said it earlier, yeah, when you said it earlier, I was thinking that you meant the super move. But you were talking about the entire mechanic. He does not have the mechanic in the earlier games. Yes. Yeah, and the older thing called Denjin, most people, if they have not been playing like New Street Fighter, and you say Denjin to them in reference to Ryu, they will assume you're talking about Denjin Hadoken. And not just, like, the more general charge system that he has in this game. I want to say that one of Ryu's V-skills in Street Fighter 5 does work similarly to Denjin Charge, but it's not a one-to-one. Yeah, Denjin Charge itself is, in the state that it is now, new to Street Fighter 6. Ryu has a move that has a thing that is similar to it, but is not exactly the same in Street Fighter 5. But it's not exactly the same thing. So the tutorial's not wrong in the strictest sense of it has not, like, any mechanics that Ryu has had that are similar to Denjin Charge in this game have not worked exactly like Denjin Charge works in this game. So they're not wrong when they say that it's new. The tutorial pointing that out is not a lie. It's just that he has had things that are mechanically similar, in certain aspects, but not one-to-one to it in older games. It just depends on which game you're playing. It does imply that it's the first thing. Yeah. I mean, yeah. But it's mostly because they're working from the assumption that not everybody has played Street Fighter 3 or even Street Fighter 4, where Goken has a Denjin Hadoken, not a Denjin mechanic, but like a Denjin Hadoken. He does have it. Goken has that in Street Fighter 4, where Ryu doesn't. But they were mostly operating from the assumption that not everybody would know that. So yeah, that's fair. Mostly the way that they compensated for him not having that sort of thing in the older games is mostly that he still hits like, yeah, Hashogeki, as far as I can immediately think of, Ryu has not had an equivalent technique in earlier games prior to this, prior to Street Fighter 6. Not that I can immediately remember. Donkey Kick, Street Fighter 3. Donkey Kick, Street Fighter 3. Its animation was much different, and if you ask a lot of old heads, the Street Fighter 3 animation is better than what it's been since that game. If it goes, yeah, like 3 is probably it. Yeah. So yeah, sorry I haven't been giving a lot of commentary about specifically like fighting against Dawson's always weird because he's a very rare character to begin with anyway, and he's yeah, Dawson's a weird character in that he has a lot of flexibility with like teleporting and stuff like that, but it's also just a very strange character to get used to, and there's specific things that you have to learn about using him that run a little counter to the way that a lot of other Street Fighter characters work. Nah, it's fine. You know what? I'll take that because I'm fucking around a lot. Not as in fucking around as I'm not taking it seriously, but fucking around as in I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. Not heavy, I show it's not safe, so a little more careful. No, I was talking about Sim there. I was talking about Doll Sim there. It's just that I didn't. Ryu is an extremely straightforward character. No, for people who aren't already aware, Ryu is an extremely straightforward character. As far as fighting games go. Specifically, as far as fighting games of this style go. Ryu is a very straightforward character. Should have done later. I should have done laser. Yeah, that's also why I laid down. That's why I laid down Super Art 2 like that. Mostly because I was like, oh, Ryu is in Burnout. So all I really need to do in this circumstance is lay down Super Art 2. And let these things do what they need to do, and I'm good. However, Ryu is burned out here, and I dropped that. That's annoying. Yeah, I got that. Eat one jump into a knockdown and then I think this will kill. Was that laser part of the super? No. I sniped him with 214P, and then did the super out of it. Was it OD? No. I think it was just heavy with one Sun Crest on. Does the crest level it up to go through tier 1 fireballs? It will always clash with normal fireballs, I think. I don't think they break each other. Or maybe it does. I haven't tested it because, again, I'm not used to playing characters with fireballs, so I'm not usually getting to fireball wars with other characters. That's actually bad. I've spent way too much drive meter. Usually equal fireballs. Ah. Alright. Yeah, I deserve that. That's my fault. I haven't tested it, so I'm not sure. I know for sure that the crest gives it at least an extra hit. Well, that answers that question. 'Cause that was I think a 2-stock tongue crest. I don't remember. Piss off for you. Getting on my nerves. Hatsu. Head though, it's fine. Yeah, this Ryu's much more patient. It's pain. Then Denjin Hadoken. Yeah. So you can use Denjin Hadoken to plow through other... Yeah, Denjin Hadoken does that. Yes, that's correct. No, Denjin Super Hadoken. Yeah. Yeah, hang on a second. Go to the command list. Make sure I'm not crossing my turns up, because I could just be being a dinosaur. Give me a second. Character, I need... Yeah. When I say Denjin Hadoken, I'm talking about the charged up version of Shinku Hadoken. That's what I mean. When I say Denjin Hadoken specifically, I mean specifically Denjin charged Shinku Hadoken. Yeah, you're good. But yeah, so yes, and the reason why, and this is going back to the thing I was saying earlier where I'm like, while Ryu has not always had Denjin charge, Denjin Hadoken is not new to this game is what I mean usually. Yeah, the main reason why is mostly because, and I know it's like an audio cue thing, so you may not have heard it, but when Ryu throws a Shinku Hadoken when it's Denjin charged, he says Denjin Hadoken. So it is explicitly meant to be the same as the super move from the older games. When he has Denjin charge and then does a Shinku Hadoken, it's explicitly meant to be Denjin Hadoken, which is why I called it that. Tiger knee, that's my fault. I gotta stop jumping so much. Yeah, I don't think I've actually ever done a charge. Yeah, like when you do the Shinku Hadoken command while he has Denjin charge, he says Denjin Hadoken usually. But yeah, if you've never done it, no wonder you wouldn't have heard it. It happens. Hi, Nev. Yeah, hi. Hang on, I'll give you all a shout out in a second. Fighting for my life. Whew! Yes, indeed, it's fighting games. Hi, everybody from Nirvana's to stream. My name is Sean. Call me either that or Shay. I make games, I play games. Games make me basically. I'm sorry, you're coming literally into ad hell. Tell me what you were playing. I cannot currently shout you out. Because I am fighting for my life against Sagat. And I just noticed the modern Sagat, which means I should definitely not be jumping as much as I am. Because that is a lot easier for modern Sagat to do. SA3. Okay, I can do the shout out after I'm getting Nirvanos. Shout out. Nirvanos. What retro game were you playing? Ah, fuck. Alright. Alright, let me see if I can, like... I may have to lock in just a little. Just to make sure I don't get fucking clowned. Good throw. Plus. Tiger uppercut. Oh! Uppercut. Uppercut. Nope. Not all. Cannon. Yep. So that's the thing about Sagat. Because he has very long limbs, his hits are very slow. But Sagat having really long limbs and being able to shit out damage kind of makes that a moot point. His Tiger shots are a little bit less. They're not overwhelming, but it's less it's actually less oppressive than it used to be in older games. Street Fighter 2 Sagat is a fucking menace. Champion Edition, where he was first playable as an actual character and not just like a boss character, definitely so. In Super Turbo specifically, new Sagat is pretty good. Old Sagat is better because old Sagat basically has Tiger Shot spam for days, and you're in hell. New Sagat is still pretty scary, but old Sagat is considered, at least as far as I remember, of like Super Turbo tier list. Old Sagat is a lot scarier. Yeah, fair. Fun. And yeah, CVS 2 Sagat. I've heard something similar, but I don't remember the specifics. Fuck! I dropped it. Alright. Come on now. Modern. I shouldn't say that. It's not a modern player thing. The thing about playing modern is that if you get too used to being able to, like, quickly... I hate it. I hate it so much. Run the set. Just run the set. Run the set. You got figured out one time. It's not the end of the world. Just run the fucking set. Hate it when they do that. You won the first one. You won the first one. I get one up on you and then you're like, nah, I'm good. Really? Nah. Scrub shit. I hate that. But yeah, definitely see... Yeah. K-Goof Sagat. I'm trying to remember if K-Goof Sagat has roll canceling or if he needs it, but he probably doesn't. I'm trying to be careful about how much I say about CVS 2 because I don't know a lot about the meta in that game, but K-Goof Sagat sounds like he'd be a fucking menace. Just because, like, get a full K-Goof gauge and it's like, well, lol, Lamau, you know, your opponent eats shit. And Petus Plus. Not to change the subject, but I love Alex's animations. Yeah. They made him move really fluidly in this game. Rock my ass. Similar issue getting it to God, doesn't feel like a guy. Yeah, pretty much. And not even with just the fireballs, just also with his normals. Alex, it's interesting describing him. Because Alex has always had pretty good normals. And then in this game, they made his heavies chargeable. And then by proxy, they allow him to go into his new Prowler stance, which allows him a whole shit ton of like unpredictable pressure and stomps and things like that that can be extremely difficult to challenge. Like if Alex is charging up a standing heavy normal and you try to drive impact it, you eat shit because he can cancel it. Nope. Damn it, he hadn't hit me. Ah, you tried it. You got too greedy. The thing about Prowler Stance that they gave Alex new in this game, Prowler Stance allows Alex to cross a lot of ground very quickly, and it is very scary, but he cannot block during that shift. You have to be very, very careful about when you shift into Prowler. Like if you just do it raw and neutral and you get red, you're not having a good time. Ugh. That was really risky on my part to be matching there, because if I didn't actually have the frames to get up in time, I would have eaten a meaty drive rushed overhead and possibly gotten counter hit. And that's not fun. That's the suffering for it. I didn't need to do standing heavy kick. Oh well. No. Talk my swim pick, I'll be right back. Okay. But yeah. So yeah, with Alex it's interesting because essentially he has all of the same striking finesse and things that he did previously. But understanding how to like use Prowler stance, like all of that shit that just got me absolutely fucked up, is basically how you really master the way that he works. But you have to really have a good understanding of when it's a good idea to do it and when it's not. I didn't mean to do that. I'm not dead. It's gonna hurt a lot. And it gives him time to get... Whew. Yeah. Like, some of his old normals, like his crouching heavy punch isn't the shoulder anymore unless you're doing Prowler stance, for example. It's like a lot of his old normals are still around. It's just that some of them have shifted over to Prowler stance. Like slash elbow is now a Prowler stance move instead of a charge move. But a lot of a lot of the momentum has kind of shifted away from. Thank you, Nev. A lot of the momentum that used to be in his base kit has shifted. Some of it has shifted over into stuff that he does. Some of it has shifted over into stuff that he does out of power stance now. Oh, it's another Ingrid. There's only one face I can give them in response. Gotta give them the magical girl wink. Oh, they're in the Jury Sweaty Feet Club. Okay. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I could use the sunrise there. Yeah, alright, I get you. I love how it went from Oro to Ingrid being this. Yeah. Sunrise. Yeah, that's fair. You can also do something. Bonk. That's plus. Okay, I see. Okay, so if you punish. Okay. Interesting. Was that laser? Was that was like double stock laser, right? I think so. Anyway, that might have been two stock laser. Yeah. Plus. Wow, I baited that. That's amazing. Yeah. Ooh. Maybe I could have tried doing a Sun Delta there, Super Art 1, maybe, but I would have been thinking like next dimensionally for that, I think. Ooh, yeah, I did it before I could. And yeah, I try not to do down teleport a lot because if you do it too much and people start to get a read that you're gonna do it, it's not worth it. But then I occasionally get out down teleported by other Ingrids. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, or if you're fighting against another Ingrid, if they set up an H Sunshot, then trying to get around it with like a cheeky teleport doesn't really work. And that's the other part. So yeah, basically the main way that you if you are the Ingrid, the way that you kind of like bait a reaction out of somebody who's expecting the other one is you do back teleport instead. Yeah, like that, right? You see how they did the back teleport instead? And then they walk back a little bit to avoid... Oh, okay. Is it that you have to just do it later in the... I wonder. It might be that you just do it later in the fall to make that work. Because I was under the impression that you couldn't do it... Alright. They can have that one. I want to experiment with that real quick. Let me see something. Because I was under the impression that you couldn't get Super Art. Hang on. Okay, you need to hush for a little bit. I don't really want to be doing matches right now. What was it that they did? Because could that be it? Really? That might be it. I think actually. I wonder. Okay, it's the height that you do it at. It's the height that you do it at. It's the height that you do it at. So the reason why it works if you wait before you do it is because the extra float from Jump Medium Punch. So here's the reason why it works, to sort of explain it. It's like, well, why is it when you do it higher up, it doesn't work? So, because of the speed that Ingrid falls at after Heavy Sunrise, so, right? That's her speed normally, when she's doing that, right? After Heavy Sunrise, notice how much slower she falls, right? So if you hit them with the jumping medium punch as the closer she is to the ground, that means you've already gone through most of the slow fall, and they're still juggled from the jumping medium punch, which makes it make sense. Because probably then that means you do almost. So maybe if you do like... Oh yeah. Then if you need extra time, rise. Yeah. So let me see. You do sunrise. I wonder, because you could probably do at least that. Let's do sunrise. Oops. Okay, let me try it with just one. Okay. But with two, you can definitely do sunrise, late, and then they're covered. But that depends on having a lot on deck. Okay, learn something. And now I'm curious about one. Do get the point real quick, but so what do they do? So was it off of the ground bounce? The slight weight? I forget what they did. But at least I picked up the other one. See how slow Super is? I remember seeing it the first time. I see how slow it is. Yeah. Honestly though, given its other properties, it's fair. Given its other properties, it is entirely fair. For context, for people who don't know, the thing about Ingrid Super is that while it is slow, it has perfect horizontal tracking. So essentially speaking, it does not matter. It does matter. Their actual distance from you on the screen does not matter, in as much as, why am I not getting opponents now? Matchmaking, please. Please stop breaking. So, while you have to make sure that the opponent is juggled for a while, or just otherwise not able to defend, when you throw it, the exchange is basically good throw. Okay. Oops. Yeah, burned out now. Yeah, whenever you see Ed get a knockdown and then do like that little dash with the aura around him, kill rush, he doesn't have to follow it with anything. It usually is a setup for him to be able to like get in and do meaties at you, or otherwise like keep the pressure on you. Yeah, you can do an uppercut. Yeah, yeah. I was mostly talking about the upper part because I know that you can do an uppercut or you can do the triple punches. I believe either or. Or no, I'm wrong. I might be wrong about that, actually. It might be that I'm just getting them mixed up. Yeah, I'm getting Blitz mixed up with Kill Switch stuff. I don't think he can do the Blitz stuff out of the Kill Switch dash. When he does, I'll probably just pull him into training mode and go look at his move list and unconfuse myself. Make sure I'm not talking nonsense. Let me see here though. Lock in a little. Yeah. Psycho Blitz and Kill Rush are two different moves, and I'm the one getting them mixed up. I should play Ed again. He's a cool character mechanically, indeed. Unfortunate about that DP Ed tried on me though. Ed's DP is really, really bad. It is extremely reactable, and that's why a lot of Ed players don't use it. If they're gonna use a reversal, they usually use Super Art 1. Well, do you have it, Master Nev? If there are other characters you have. That's my fault. I got baited by that. And I fought against this Ed earlier, so they would know to do that. If I recall correctly, Ken, Ryu, Terry, Lily, Kim. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I'm close. I was trying really hard not to burn out. So I started getting choked up. Because I was deathly afraid of getting burned out and then put in more of a corner and then getting fucked up. Main is Marisa, play a lot of Ryu, also considering dabbling in Head and House. Yeah. As far as like, damn it, I'm hearing this tune, I want to try on Fight Cade. Yeah. Yeah. Kobu is a really good song. Street Fighter, like basically between the three versions of Street Fighter 3 that exist, I prefer Third Strike's OST. But that's me. It's because that's the Street Fighter 3 that I want to play. Hey, Keto. gonna do OD ball? Nope. Can't choose between 2I and 3S. Yeah. Oops. Nope, I might be cooked. Yeah. I'm annoyed because the laser. Yeah, it's fair. My day was pretty good, Kettle. I saw your other comment about the customer. Hang on. Sorry, I'm just fighting for my life. Blanca is what I call like a psychological 10-0 for me. Where if I'm not like dialed in, he just kind of kicks my shit in because I have to spend a lot of time trying to adapt to Blanca doing Blanca bullshit. Rainbow. So I don't think this Blanca. They're not never. I don't think it's a thing where they'll never do OD vertical ball, but it looks like it's not high on their list of priorities, which means I should be more willing to like catch them on their wake up if I get a knockdown. Yeah, so I should try to press them a little bit more on the wake up. It's a little hard for Ingrid to do that if she's spaced out at a certain distance because she doesn't move very quickly and her drive rush is not that fast. But it's fair that it's not because if Ingrid had a fast drive rush, she would be really annoying just because of the reach of some of her moves. Yep. There we go. One of my favorite. This is one of my favorite things about Ingrid, but it is also one of the things I admit that I crutch on really hard. Being able to snipe people with 2-stock or OD laser is it is a very powerful tool for Ingrid, but because of that, people are usually looking for ways to avoid having to deal with that. If they can help it, bonk. Rainbow ball. What can I do? Nope. That didn't work. It's because we traded, and I reflexively did it, and I reflexively went for Super R3 instead of holding it on the trade. That trade was not in my favor. Yeah, my day today was pretty good, all things considered. I'm probably cooked. Mostly because this Blanca will not take tick throws worth a damn. They just refuse. And that's how I tend to try to break people open. And if people keep breaking throws, I have a hard time. We're not done. Just switching games. We're probably gonna go and actually do 3 hours tonight, as opposed to me stopping at 9. So I wanted to give like an hour and a half to each game, roughly. But yeah, my day was pretty good. Full of meetings. All productive, thankfully. Just very many meetings. I managed to make it home early since after all the meetings happened, we were like, all right, let's get up out of here, and we're going from there. Okay, Blazing Pass, what's up? Did I make it all the way? Did I really? Huh. Did they just boost me because I got the Blazing Pass Plus for this one? Or... I mean, whatever. I'll take it, I guess. The only reason why I got the Blazing Pass Plus was just to get Jam's UI interface reward from it, because it was only on the Blazing Pass Plus. The dude with my last name said there's a bunch of our last name in Winston-Salem, which is my mother told me I was family from, so he might have been kin. One of those things, if big if you had been deeply interested in following that up, would have been a good time. But again, deep if. You met the person at work. Not necessarily a thing you want to delve into on the clock. But interesting.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society. So instead of reflecting on themselves, they blamed beasts, heaven, or hell.
Alright, let's see how unwarmed up I am. Because it is fucking Zato. Who on principle I hate fighting. Yeah, but I want to go to Winston-Salem and see if I see my face in people.
Jack versus Zato. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Eddie out? Nope, he recalled it. Whew. If I went somewhere that was unexpectedly full of my distant relatives, probably red flag.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Ah, too close on the wake up. Eddie Solar. Okay, by command throw. Yes, Zato does in fact have a command throw. It is very annoying.
Wins. Duel 3. Let's rock.
Welcome back, Cosmo. And sword. Piss off. Ah, fuck me. Yes! Yes! Holy shit. If he hadn't whipped that dust, I would have been dead. I was crouch blocking. But by some miracle, I don't know what, he fucked up the spacing. By some miracle, Zato fucked up the spacing so the dust didn't hit me. Otherwise, I would have died right there because I was both crouching and pressing a button. Invite hell. Invite hell. Perfect. Yeah, so the reason why Zato is kind of a pain to fight is mostly because, as y'all see with like a lot of the stuff that he's been putting out with his Shadow Eddie, A lot of it is very comparable in certain ways to Jam's pressure. And that can make it very difficult to kind of like assert yourself through certain things that he's doing. Zato looks hard to beat. Also, yes, very much that. That little green gauge that you see above his super meter is the Eddy gauge. Basically, a lot of his more powerful. Fuck, I'm cooked. Eddie Chu is behind me, motherfucker. That Eddy gauge that's above his overdrive meter basically determines whether or not he can send his shadow to do other stuff. When it's red, that means that he overburdened it and has to recharge manually, unless he uses like a super or something. But when it's white, that means that he manually disengaged it, and so it's recharging faster than it would if he depleted it manually. So the main thing is that you have to get used to coordinating Eddie's movements alongside your own as the Zato player, and making sure that you properly manage your Eddy gauge. Because if you run out at the wrong time and you don't assert yourself, and you don't assert yourself correctly, you lose. But this Eddy is, to my extreme chagrin, obnoxiously good at managing Eddy gauge stuff. So it's very difficult to actually like get a bead on. Oh, I could have killed. Fuck me. I messed it up. Oh my god, Zato, get off my ass. I can't believe I actually managed to bait the yellow woman cancel and then didn't do anything with that. Shame. No, get off my nuts, Zato, okay? That's fine. I didn't steal the burst, but... Sorry. Sorry. The Zato had me stressed for a second. Okay, everybody stretch. I'm gonna keep it simple. Everybody stretch means everybody stretches. So, yes, that includes all the rest of you. Don't do it. If this thing hurts, don't do the thing. But we're gonna keep it simple. Take your left arm, move it over here. Don't like try to jam it all the way over here. Just move it like this. Take your other hand, do this. Push in using your forearm. Don't like shove it, just gently. Pull. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Slowly reach forward. Let it relax. Take your other arm. Do the same thing. Again, don't jam it. Just be gentle and pull. You should be feeling the strain like right along here. This part of your shoulder. Don't jam it. Just do it like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Take your fingers, knit them together like this. Pull your, and keep pushing your hands forward, interlace together. Don't, again, I'm going slowly, right? So you feel a nice strain right where your elbows bend. 1, 2, 3, 4. This should not hurt. 5, 6, 7, 8. Relax. All right. Take your shoulders. We're going to roll them forward, down, back, up. Forward, down, back, up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And on the downswing, go in reverse. So you're going to go back, up, forward, down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Stretch your neck out this way a little, out that way a little, and we're good. Celestials, whatever. Not a lot of people are playing like ranked power, are playing power anymore because it's not ranked mode anymore. I usually just go into tower just to warm up, or I'll do like quick tower, literally just kind of like warm up, and then I usually do. So speaking in more general terms, if you are really I forgot, I can just wear the jam costume in my actual color. Oh, except for the legs, apparently. But whatever. We'll mix it and match it. So yeah, really, if you're looking to, like, seriously improve in a fighting game, I don't recommend ranked match, really. Not necessarily. But rather, you should be doing ranked match in concert with other things. Some parts of it is practicing. Some parts of it are, if you're really trying to get like long sessions, doing long sessions of ranked is not necessarily the way that you want to actively try to improve at a fighting game. It's not good for the skills that you... It's not good for all of the skills that you need to sort of like develop as a fighting game player. Doing long sets with people... like a step above you and a step below you are doing sets with people a step above you and a step below you are really kind of like the best way to improve, because the people that are quote unquote weaker than you give you the space to really make sure that you kind of like have a lot of your basic game plan stuff refined. The players that are stronger than you, one you learn about more bullshit that you may not have known about, and go from there. I would say even that as far as ranked, it's not even so much a test even of how good you are, but how quickly you can adapt is the way that I would put it. Because the thing with ranked in particular is that because ranked matches in most fighting games, you only really get like best of 3. You have to know how to adapt very quickly to the thing that your opponent is doing, or you're going to get your shit pushed in. So ranked is good at testing how quickly you adapt to a variety of other game plans that are put in front of you. Pretty much. And so if you do a lot of ranked and you're like, man, I have a hard time in like ranked, but then I like in long sets against people, I really like once I turn on and I adapt really well, then I'm cooking, right? That is usually a sign probably that your specialty was never that your specialty probably isn't in like fast adaptation. I'm not even upset at that. That was actually fucking hilarious. Yeah, I'm just thinking about people who play. Yes, that. If you do that, let me read Stubby's thought out loud. I'm just thinking about people who play team-based competitive multiplayer games to take new characters into rank on release day. That is literally the worst thing you can do in any competitive game. You shouldn't do it in fighting games. You shouldn't do it in shooters. Let me phrase that more carefully. Unless you are professional level, you shouldn't be doing it in these games. And even if you are, I don't recommend it. Like, there are some people who definitely like need the pressure in that form in order to like actually make the thing work for them. And I get that, but the main thing that I think about all the time is that yeah, Venom was, I believe, in last year's season pass going through to this year. Jam is the first character of this year's season pass, but I believe he was in the previous one. The previous one, I believe, if I remember correctly, was Unica, Venom. I'm not remembering the release order. It was like Unica, Venom, and two other Unica, Venom, Lucy, and one other person that I can't remember right now. I don't think it was Dizzy. I think Dizzy was earlier than that, or she might have been in there. See, when I think Venom, I think Marvel was a little confused. No. Venom is our black, gay, British Q using assassin turned baker. Trailblaze, baby.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society.
Had me, pool playing former assassin now breaker. Yeah, had me at black and gay. If I ever get shy for real, I'll definitely play him. Yep. Kind of person fascists think all gay people are. Yeah. Oop. Yep. Nope. I think the lag from trying to play it last time really burned me out. Yeah. Bridget. Reach in. Rocket Burst. Rocket Baby. Yeah. Fucking Rocket Baby got me. That's Rocket Baby itself, where she grabs you with Roger and does that. That's command throw. So if you think it's coming, you basically have to jump it. Yeah, Venom has been gay for Zato pretty much since his introduction. And despite what like certain disgraced Guilty Gear quote-unquote loreheads will tell you from back in the day, no, like Venom has always been gay. Not that anybody who is really active who only became active in the fandom recently knows what I'm talking about, but like old Guilty Gear heads who know, they know. But yes, Venom was out of the closet before Bush even took office. Don't let anyone ever tell you games are suddenly all woke. Correct. I forget when Guilty Gear X came out, but or X2, because I don't think it was in X. I think it was in X2. But nah, I got you by that. Yeah, 2000 for X. Alright, and he was... I don't know if he was in any of the... I don't know if he was in any of the extra content that would have preceded that, but I don't think he was in a Guilty Gear... I think, if I remember correctly, he debuted in the same Guilty Gear game that Bridget did before she was out. Ah, damn! Short by half an inch. But I think Venom was X2 and not X. X, as I remember correctly, was Jam. He was... Okay, my bad. Then I'm thinking of maybe like... X2 would have been Slayer, Bridget, Zappa, and Eno, I guess, is who I'm thinking of. And that's why I might have it backward. Because then X would have been... Yeah. Well, Testament... I don't remember if Testament was playable in GG1, but Testament would have been GG1. Jam, Dizzy, Venom sounds right for GGX. And maybe Robo-Kai? Because I think Testament was at least unlockable. Yeah, I'm thinking. Because I know that, like, EX... I know that there is an EX version of Kai from one of the releases of Guilty Gear X who essentially is in that particular milieu. I'm gonna go look it up after I'm done here, just to make sure that I'm not telling bullshit, because it's very important to me to not get these things wrong. Because you fought against Testament in Guilty Gear 1, but I do not know if at the time they were unlockable or not. Baiken is Guilty Gear 1, just as an unlockable character. So, alright, let's go take a look at some stuff, so I make sure I'm not... Dizzy, Guilty Gear X. I do not know if she was legally playable in Guilty Gear X. She would have been in X2. But I don't know if she was legally playable in X. She was in X as one of the boss characters, but she was not a playable character. Yeah. Yeah. Slayer, Eno, Zappa, Bridget. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that as far as, like... Okay. So... Talking about characters that I know explicitly only debuted, I'm gonna list out the ones as I remember it, and then we're gonna go look it up and make sure that I'm not talking on some bullshit. Guilty Gear X, as far as not boss characters but new arrivals, definitely that were regularly playable without having to do extra, that were new additions to the base roster. For a fact, Jam, Anji, Baiken became a base character in X, but she was a secret character in Guilty Gear 1. But Baiken became base roster in X. So Anji... So Guilty Gear X was definitely Anji, Jam, Baiken, and Venom for base, I think. So I'm gonna go look. And make sure that I'm not on some bullshit. Yeah. And then Dizzy and Testament were also added, but I don't know if they were base roster. Testament might have been, Dizzy probably wasn't. So let's go look. Guilty Gear X. Alright, let's look at the roster. Guilty Gear X. Oh, it does have a page on Destiny. Okay, so we can look. Alright. Okay, so here's the official rundown. Guilty Gear X. New characters that got added to the base roster for the arcade mode. Baiken, Johnny, Venom, Anji, and Jam. And then we swapped out Faust in place of Dr. Baldhead. But we all know that Faust was Dr. Baldhead. It's not a secret. So, as far as new base characters, Baiken, Johnny, Venom, Anji, and Jam. And Baiken was previously a hidden character in Guilty Gear 1 and is now base roster. Testament and Dizzy are not playable in the arcade release unless you unlock their settings in test mode for the arcade release, or you unlock them in home releases. The home port for Guilty Gear X in Japan, Guilty Gear X Plus, Cliff and Justice became unlockable again after being removed from the base roster for the arcade release of Guilty Gear X. Guilty Gear X 1.5 in Japan, this is where this is coming, I think. Guilty Gear X version 1.5 was released for arcades in 2003. Apparently backported some moves from Guilty Gear X into 1.5 and added Testament and Dizzy as base roster characters. So Testament and Dizzy were not base roster in the original arcade release of Guilty Gear X, but in 1.5 they are. So as far as if we're talking straight newcomers to Guilty Gear X that weren't already in a previous Guilty Gear game that were base roster, Baiken, Johnny, Venom, Anji, and Jam. Johnny, Venom, Anji, and Jam are the 4 new base characters that were not from Guilty Gear 1 in Guilty Gear X. Baiken was a secret character in Guilty Gear 1 and is now a base roster character in the first version of Guilty Gear X. Because the Guilty Gear numbering makes me think of Xbox. Okay, so I can actually explain this. This is going to get weird, but bear with me. Essentially speaking, this is going to sound weird and you're going to think this is some bullshit, but just listen to me very carefully. Technically speaking, Guilty Gear X and X2 are Gaiden games. Not that they're not canon. I didn't say that. It's not that they're not canon. But being Gaiden games, they are side stories to the main plot of Guilty Gear. Technically speaking, if you play Guilty Gear, the first Guilty Gear, then you play Overture, then you play Exard, and then you play Strive, you theoretically will be told mostly, not everything, you'll be told mostly everything that you need to know. Loosely canon spin-offs, essentially. Like X and X2 will give you a pretty good understanding of certain character dynamics and the way that certain things kind of like lock together. But strictly speaking, if you played the first Guilty Gear, then played Guilty Gear 2 Overture, which is not a fighting game, but like a 3D action strategy game. Then you play Guilty Gear Exard, which is a fighting game, and then you play Strive, which is also a fighting game. You basically have the overarching plot of the way you basically have the overarching plot in just those 4 games. X and X2 fill in a couple of the gaps in terms of like, oh, well, how did Kai and Dizzy meet and all this other stuff. But not every ending in Guilty Gear X or X2, for example, is canon. A lot of those are kind of like what ifs. Okay, so all that said, so then for Guilty Gear X2, oh, by the way, WTF ZOMG, thank you for coming in with that information. Thank you for also helping me like work it out in my mind, because I really didn't start playing Guilty Gear until X2. So there are a couple of gaps in my knowledge before that point. So as far as X2 goes, base roster characters that were not carried over, like new base roster characters in X2, with what we know, since Venom was from X, new base roster characters in X2 would have been Slayer, Zappa, Bridget, and probably at least one other person. Robo-Kai. Here's the thing about Robo-Kai, because I went and my brain was like, I know that there was a version of Eno. Thank you. Robo-Kai technically debuted in Guilty Gear X Plus, which we didn't get outside of Japan. So that's why I wouldn't have known. But technically, Robo-Kai's first incarnation is actually in, albeit only for the console, only for Guilty Gear X Plus. That's where Robo-Kai is a character. Robo-Kai does not become his own base roster character until, let's see here. Yeah, like he probably doesn't become his own character until at least Reload, I think. Base Guilty, like vanilla Guilty Gear X2, the original arcade release of Guilty Gear X2, Testament and Dizzy become base characters, right? The 4 new characters, like both me and WTF were saying, Slayer, Eno, Zappa, Bridget, in the vanilla version of Guilty Gear X2, right? Cliff and Justice are unlockable in the home port of vanilla. And Robo-Kai is also in the home console port of vanilla Guilty Gear X. Reload, so X2 Reload, which, by the way, this is also really funny. So, fun fact about X2 Reload. There are 2 different revisions of it, depending on what color of the text of the actual word reload in the logo is. Red Reload is the original release of Guilty Gear X2 Reload, and it's kind of broken and a little buggy. Blue Reload is the version of that that's fixed. So yeah, Robo-Kai became his own actual base roster character in Blue Reload. Yeah, Iska. Guilty Gear Iska is really funny. Because ABBA debuted in Iska, and then became a character in the actual fighting game, because Iska is a side-scrolling beat 'em up. I believe in Slash was ABBA and Order Soul. Yeah, nobody remembers Vast Edge. We don't talk about Vast Edge. Guilty Gear Slash, which I don't even think we got overseas. Yeah, not even a little bit. Slash was the official debut of ABBA and Order Soul, but overseas, Accent Core was the first time we got to play those characters. And then finally, yeah, Vast Edge is the pachinko game. Yes. And then after Accent Core, then Accent Core Plus. Accent Core Plus R is, at least to date, the final release of Accent Core is the final release of Guilty Gear X2. Accent Core Plus R is like the last one. Aside from like it getting retrofitted for rollback, it also made Cliff and Justice base roster characters and finally rebalanced them. Okay, yeah. So, yeah. Midnight Carnival Slash was after Reload. Is Midnight Carnival, Reload, Slash, Accent Core Plus, Accent Core Plus R. As far as the revision history of Guilty Gear X2 goes. Thank you for stopping by, Gensuda. Appreciate it. Wouldn't the opposite of Soul be Luna? Soul and Mani, yeah, like you're thinking of, and it's like a 50-50. I was about to say, like, Soul comes from Germanic mythology. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's that kind of joke. Soul, the sun goddess, and Mani, the moon god. Yeah. Fun fact: there is a pair of weapons in Fire Emblem. They're not paired weapons, but there are two weapons in there are two weapons in a certain Fire Emblem game that are called the Soul Kadi and the Mani Kadi, which is really funny. But also probably done on purpose.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society. So instead of reflecting on themselves, they blamed the beasts. Heaven or hell.
お引き取り願いたい方の千客万来な。
Potemkin versus Jam. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Because they're on the other one, I might have killed.
Duel 2.
The Soul Kadi is hilarious because it's got the most extra crit damage animation possible, but then barely does any damage to anything you can really use it against. I'm crying and Lynn's strength growth. Yeah. Which Fire Emblem is this? It's the first Fire Emblem that got released in the United States. Blazing Sword is the actual official subtitle. The one that was only released as just Fire Emblem no explanation, like Fire Emblem no subtitle in the United States, which is officially it's the 6th Fire Emblem, I believe, if I remember correctly. Or is 6 Binding Blade and it's 7 that's Blazing Sword. I have to double check. Sorry. Thank you. I got it backwards. 6 is Fire Emblem the Binding Blade, which is Roy's game. 7 is Fire Emblem Blazing Sword, which is Lynn's game, as well as Eliwood's game. Second Game Boy Fire Emblem, but first in the US. Yes. Correct. Yeah, that's fair. Gonna fall. Yeah. HPV. I might be dead, because I don't think there's a roaming cancel in that. So the damage isn't scaled. Yeah. Hey JC, how you doing? Good. Doing well. How's Guilty going? You're going pretty good. We just had a spirited conversation about the roster evolution of the Guilty Gear games over time. Ooh, that would have gotten you fucked up if you hadn't had a roaming cancel right there. Buddy, that was risky. It worked out for you though. I respect it. Good hustle. But yeah, we were playing some Street Fighter 6 earlier. And I was just working on some Ingrid stuff in that game. There we go. Alright. Perfect. I played literally every Fire Emblem from the very first one, from the 3 houses for the stretch for the third one through the Game Boy games, mostly because So like yeah, because new Mystery of the Emblem would have had New Mystery of the Emblem, which is the second one, I think. Mark the second game. New Mystery of the Emblem would have had an English release sometime soon. I don't think Shadow Dragon covered the events of New Mystery either. I think they needed that one. I maintain it's ethically correct to pirate games that publishers refuse to legally release in your country. Yeah, you won't catch me saying no to that. Whatever their reasoning, Nintendo decided not to release the Mother 3 localization. So in lieu of that, play you tomatoes. Play you that fan translation if you're gonna play it. Fuck out of here. HPP. Oh, unfortunate we missed that. If you're talking about the follow-up to the first game story that was released in English, okay. Huh. Okay, cool. Yeah. Like, as far as I understood, like, New Mystery of the Emblem was basically the second Fire Emblem game, the one that immediately followed after, like, Mark doing Mark things. I'll go look it up and make sure that I have it. I'll go look it up later and make sure that I have my histories right. Because for the life of me, I can't remember if bbcf 776 is actually the third Fire Emblem game or not. 11 and 12 were the ones on the DS that were remakes of 1 and... Okay. bbcf 5. Thank you. He showed not. Should have been reversed, you bastard. Alright. Uh-huh. Yeah. Joe waddied up. And I'm dead. Huh. Oh no! I didn't have enough meter. Ah! Holy shit. I made it. I fucking clutched that out. Jesus Christ, my butthole was puckered. Sorry if that was a little TMI. But yeah, how you doing, JC? I'm sorry. I said that much and then I was immediately fighting for my life. Hopefully you're doing well. That if I think if I had not managed that jump cancel when I did, that phasing pop would have hit me and I would have died. I would have been absolutely 200% turbo fucked. But I think the jump cancel, I managed to stay just above and not get absolutely fucked. 3 houses, then the 3DS remake of Gaiden, then Awakening on 3DS. Shadows of Valencia, I think, is the Gaiden remake, and then the regular DS one that was a remake of the first one is Shadow Dragon. That much I know for sure. Ah, shit, it's biking. Ooh! Is that biking or Kai? It's biking. Smart ass. But also, hello, Shiny, if I didn't already say it. I should have. I love Shadows of Valencia. It's underrated, but it's the best Fire Emblem remake. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, good parry. I went for this rather than card super. One, because wall break. For those who play both, you like Suikoden or... Ooh! Ooh! That's tough. That's tough. Not as tough as me gonna have to try to run this back and not bring it to a round 3 though. Or not. The bike can just press the button and got fucked up, I guess. With Suikoden especially, I feel like it's definitely a more contestable question now that we actually have a better translation of both 1 and 2 than we used to. Yeah, that's fair. I deserve that. So, Suikoden is a tactics and strategy RPG, but not similar to, but not quite in the same way that Fire Emblem is. Because in addition to having parts of it where you play, in addition to having parts of it where you're basically just doing kind of like standard RPG party going through standard RPG things, you are also attempting to recruit 108 Stars of Destiny in order to unify them as part of your larger army, where you do have some actual like tactical battles that are more reminiscent of the type of thing that you might find in Fire Emblem to a certain extent. So it mixes both. Whereas Fire Emblem is basically all tactical RPG, Suikoden is both standard RPG and a tactical one. I really want to try the remake. Yeah, the remake of Final Fantasy Tactics is probably one of the most... Was Eiyuden Chronicles a successor to Suikoden? Yes. I believe one of the original creators after leaving Konami was basically like, let me put together Eiyuden as my answer to that. Since Konami still has the Suikoden license. But yeah, the interesting thing about Suikoden is that the first game is the first game especially is a reference to a Chinese novel called The Water Merchant, I think. A lot of things that happen in there are references to it. And then the later games kind of diverge from that a little bit more to keep doing their own thing. But yeah, the whole concept of the 108 Stars of Destiny is from the water. Is still retained from the water margin, but then a lot of the other things it does afterward are very unique. Okay. Yes, Elfo. Go ahead, do Elfo things. Gonna try to convert off the counter hit, but I wasn't awake. I got in with Fox Shoot, but wasn't able to close. Yeah, cooked. And this is the Elfeld experience, give or take. I gotta head out. Show floor. You're out. You're out and about. All right, JC. I appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time to stop by. Whatever event you're out at, please be safe. Have fun. Oh, you're at Evo. Okay. Yeah, be safe. Have fun. Yeah, I'm cooked because I dashed in and did J2S. Nope. Yeah, I got. Elfel's whole thing as a mid-range fighter is that, essentially speaking, while Jam can close, if she's not careful, it becomes very easy for Elfel to kind of like assert herself in certain ways. Yeah, okay, I cannot do that. That's me being greedy. What? That's because I air dashed in. And you saw how they waited a little bit after the Roman cancel and then hit? They were waiting for the burst. So like a very common way to bait a burst in any Guilty Gear game that has both burst and Roman cancel, which is basically all of them at this point, except for the first game. The first game, I'm pretty sure you can't burst in the first game, and the first game does not have Roman cancels. But basically, the basics of burst baiting are you have the meter Roman cancel when you are hitting somebody. You Roman cancel. You then move to block. Afterward, and if the person was trying to burst, you'll block the burst and you kick them in the shit. And that's pretty much how that goes. If you don't have a burst, the trick is to use a jump cancelable move so that you can then jump cancel whatever move you're doing into a jump and then block in the air, and then that's how you bait bursts without having meter for it. Or if you do something like a jumping normal with a lot of hits done very close to the ground, you then have the ability to block as you get in close and do it that way. Alright, let me try not to be a doofus here. But yeah, as far as Strive is concerned, as far as when they added Venom, looking at what was on my character select list, I was remembering correctly. So yeah, like basically the previous season of DLC for Guilty Gear Strive was Venom, Dizzy, Unica. Not in this order. I'm just listing them in the order that they're coming to my mind. It's Venom. You remember what I said before about how the best way to bait a burst is to have a move that you can jump cancel? Or if you do like a normal with a lot of hits done close to the ground as a jumping normal, you can then land and block. That's the kind of thing I mean. I just did it there as an example of how to bait a burst. But yeah, I believe the release order was Dizzy, Venom, Unica, and then Lucy for last year. And so this year is Jam, Robokai, and 2 other people. We don't know who the other 2 are yet. I should have done a charge for Gekirin because I'd already spent it. Once again, baited the burst. Gonna go Big Jill, but good seeing you. Actually, have fun with Strive. Yeah. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for coming by, Nev. Enjoy your Big Chill, and I'll catch you around. Who's left from the roster? Honestly, depends. Because there is no... There is no guarantee that the 2 characters that are remaining are not going to be newcomers. So Haehyun, yeah, like if we're talking about characters that were in Exard that aren't here now, yeah, Haehyun, Answer, and Raven would be the major ones, yes. I fucking got you! I got you! I didn't even know I could fucking burst bait like that. I was just making a guess there. But close slash is heavy enough, or plus enough on hit, it looks like, that if somebody tries to, or at least it's not minus enough that you can't fucking beta burst out. That's so fucking sick. I love this character. Jam is so cool. But yes, of the characters that were in Exard that are not currently in Strive, Ahyun, Answer, and Raven are the only ones that are left at this point. Yes.
Mankind knew that they cannot change
And if we're talking about from the series overall that have not yet returned in Strive, at this point, I want to say Zappa is the only one. I am not expecting us to get any sort of answer to Cliff or to Justice anytime soon, because Guilty Gear is entirely fine with having some characters who just don't come back base roster or anything like that. Yeah, Dr. Paradigm and Izuna. And I am not banking big on either of them. Yeah, Zappa is living his best life, not having to worry about that. Yeah, Cliff has literally not been, he has been playable, but not canonically alive in the Guilty Gear game since Guilty Gear X. Since the first Guilty Gear, not even Guilty Gear X, my bad. I stuttered. Leo. Get some nerves. So yeah, at this point, yeah. As far as like characters who were in, yeah, like literally, unless they decide to hit us with another Guilty Gear 2 returner for some reason, which I don't think is going to happen. We'll have to see. I don't think we're getting like another. I don't think we're getting like another Lucy situation with the characters we currently have in mind. Leo, you're such a shithead. I hate you. So the main thing about Leo as a character, because I realized that we haven't fought a Leo here in a while. I think Asuka had another member of their posse. Then there's Ariel's. Ariel's is in prison, so maybe, but a lot of people have been wanting Gabriel for a while, which is the president of ZEC that Cookie was talking about. I fucking hate Leo, you're such a dickhead. God. No. Fuck off. So, for context, the reason why I admit it, I'll be upfront. I'll admit that I'm holding the salt. Leo gets on my nerves mostly because Leo is also a fucking gorilla-ass character, very much like Jam. The main thing is that the thing that's really annoying about Leo is that because of the way Brynhilder stands, his back turn works. Essentially, he's not unstoppable once he gets into it, but you have to make an extremely good hard call in order to actually make him piss off out of it. Otherwise, this is just the shit that happens. You just gotta get put in a blender, and you just keep dying. It's really annoying. Someone with worse fighting game psychology would say that he's broken, which is a lie. He's not. It's just that he is very, very good.
We've got a newcomer.
before Strive 2.0, Leo could not jump while in back turn stance. So if you had full meter, you could just throw out Soul Dragon install grab super and kill him. Yeah. So yeah, basically whenever Leo has his back turned, essentially speaking, the versatility that he does have, like Fireball and stuff, goes away for just like mix up bullying rushdown bullshit. It is not impossible to beat, but you have to do there's a lot of other stuff that you have to do in order to actually make it work out. Lady Pope, yes. Guilty Gear's Pope is a lady by the name of Ariels. Though right now I am trying to remember if it was so much that I have to go and look up the lore before I say some bullshit. So I'll go look it up later. Of course, the wizard. Yeah, I don't know how much Asuka and Ariels were actually in league, really. Because there are not one, but two different people that have used the title of that man canonically in Guilty Gear. And one of them is Asuka, the other one is not. Raising pot. Her name is Ariels. Ariel with an S at the end. Yes, spelled exactly like that. Ah, fuck. I tried to parry and I got fucking debated by the dust. I wish if I had been a little bit more on the ball, I could have tried to set up another super cancel after hitting with that cross-up Gekirin. Ah. No, if I just slid, I would have made it past him. How annoying. Not the one I should have used. Nice, Debbie.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Ah, damn it. What you have to understand about Guilty Gear is that the main character is the lead dev self-insert, but also Freddie Mercury, a super scientist and immortal. Basically, yes. So, just like the wikis of the Lady Pope is the big bad Guilty Gear that tracks. Kinda. I wouldn't say big bad. It's a little more complicated than that, which is an acquaintance of mine said that they got into Guilty Gear for the lore, and the fact that it is more complicated than the Pope is the big bad is one of the major things that kind of contributes to that. Essentially, the way to put it is that the reason why the Pope became the overarching villain at the time. Oh, the wiki literally says she's the ultimate evil of the Guilty Gear universe. There is the complication of the person who created her, not quite intent. Well, of create. This is where this shit gets complicated, right? It's not the fandom wiki, right? Just to be sure of that, because never trust, like, if it's like a fandom wikia, never trust that shit. Okay. Yeah. With Aerials, good. With Aerials, the thing that makes it a little complicated is that, the universal will didn't come out of just anywhere. The person who was responsible for the creation of the universal will was not intending to be a villain, but they kind of set things up for the universal will to exist, because they weren't thinking about certain things, and the universal will in turn wound up causing Guilty Gear Wiki GG. Yeah. The closest, yeah, that's the part I was about to get to. Spoilers for the overarching story of Guilty Gear, if you really, really give a shit about experiencing it yourself. Essentially speaking, this is what happened. There was a person by the name of the Original who happened to discover another dimension known as the Backyard. The Original discovered that a lot of the physical laws of the world could be operated by manipulating the backyard. In certain ways, which would eventually, in its time, lead to the creation of what the Guilty Gear universe calls magic. In the process of coming to understand more about the backyard and the way that it worked, the Original would wind up tasking a creation of his to try to determine the best path forward for human happiness. That creation, after basically studying humanity, being exposed to it, etc., eventually went, actually, no, there's no fucking way because humans are pieces of shit. That thing, known as the Universal Will, would at some point take the Original and imprison him in the backyard while going about its task of making humanity perfect. Essentially speaking, the way that the Universal Will decided on this was by going, humans can't be perfect, therefore I have to create something that surpasses humanity because humans can't be perfect. That's the only way for perfection to be a thing that exists. And so a lot of the machinations of the Universal Will, who would eventually find a host in Aerials, were responsible for the vast majority of the things that happened in Guilty Gear. But at some point, the Original became extremely corrupted by all of the high density information that he absorbed while being imprisoned in the backyard, and that eventually turned him into Happy Chaos. So, saying that the Universal Will is the ultimate evil of the Guilty Gear universe is not roughly incorrect, but technically speaking, especially because by virtue of the fact that after becoming Happy Chaos, the original, by virtue of the fact that the original became Happy Chaos, Happy Chaos is basically the one who is technically responsible for the destruction of Japan, because he is that man. This is why I was saying earlier, there are two separate characters in the lore of Guilty Gear who have actually used the title of that man, and people didn't know the difference. In the universe, it is a canonical fact that most people do not know the difference between the two that men. And so, while one of them was responsible for things like, I ordered justice to fire on Japan. That was Asuka, R. Kreutz, but the reason why he did that was because at some point, how do I put this? I believe it was through some tampering that happened in the backyard. Essentially speaking, Japanese, also that man had also previously possessed Asuka. Thank you, Tuki Mom. The lore of Guilty Gear gets really complicated, and there are spots that I know that I'm missing. Because I'm like, I can't remember entirely if that man being responsible for justice essentially exploding Japan was a point at which he'd been possessed by Happy Chaos, or if it was Asuka doing it because it's like, shit, if I don't do this, the Universal Will has set up Japanese people to basically become high density information bombs, and it's either this or we're all fucked. It was one of those two. I will have to go to the wiki and go look. But essentially speaking, yes. To your earlier point, Cat Wizard, calling the Universal Will the ultimate evil of the Guilty Gear series is a little... I know you're not doing it, it's the... Yeah. I'm trying to remember if that was actually the case or if something happened. Wooly put together a pretty good primer for all the Guilty Gear lore pre-Strive. Yeah. I think only like the first episode of that primer has suspect information, and I only say that more so because Wooly wasn't aware of this part, but I think for like the first episode, you remember that person I was vaguely alluding to earlier in stream, where I was like, no one who has gotten into Guilty Gear recently actually knows who this person is, but he's the shithead who will try to tell you that Venom's not gay. I believe there was a point with, I think it was like the first episode that Wooly did of that series, where there was some of his material that Wooly was referencing, and it's like, and a lot of people are like, you shouldn't do that, because this guy's a dipshit who doesn't know anything about Guilty Gear and just makes shit up.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
But yeah, like, I didn't do it correctly. I didn't go all the way back. But yeah, I forget this asshole's actual name because I memory hold it. Maybe I said maybe. I said I think. I have to go back and look, see, because I know that there's a point where we did it in partnership. He might have done it, but I need to double check something. Like, this was a while ago. Cookie Mom, none of that shit. I've actually seen pictures of you. You look fine. None of that shit. We're not doing that here. Not self-deprecating humor. No, we're not doing that. Nope. I refuse. We're not doing that here. Nope. None of that. keep getting hit by that. Keep getting hit by that toss up, but I'm not paying attention. Gotta be dead here. Yeah. Okay, so let me go look. I need to be sure of this. Because I trust Cookie Mom, but I also like to make sure that I remember things correctly. Chaos.
料理人としての才能があるならそっち一本に絞ってみたら
Okay. Ah, that's what it was. Motherfucker. Alright. Okay, that's what happened. That's what happened. That is what happened. Okay. So let's roll it back and let's start with that. Let's start with the original again. So the original, like I said, right, discovered the backyard. And in doing so, formed the foundation of what would be known as magic in the universe of Guilty Gear. Okay, this break is over, so we can go over this now. Let's talk about some Guilty Gear, because we're already at about 3 hours. So we might as well just talk about the lore of this game and why I love this shit. So, we're going to start with the original, because that's what makes sense here. So, the original. So, the original is the man who discovered the backyard, which is another dimension in the Guilty Gear universe that is essentially what you would consider the backside of reality. In the backyard, information and other such structures are passed through in a super dense format and by altering certain rules and properties in the backyard, you can create corresponding phenomena in the real world. And that would eventually become the study of magic, right? I'm reading this off of the Guilty Gear wiki to help me keep this straight. So, when he went into the backyard and came back, he was like, all right, I'm going to make this thing called the Tome of Origin. And he sealed the direct path to the backyard. Like I said before, the original created the universal will to find a path of eternal happiness for mankind. And then, like I was saying before, this part I did get right. It looked at humans and went, humans that exist now are not the humans that can achieve eternal happiness, therefore I have to get rid of them. Right? And apparently at some point he said, hey, technology, you should abandon your reliance on electronics at some point. Humanity should do that. And everybody was like, lol, nah. Then in 1999, an event called the Dawn of Revival happened. The short answer is that basically in 99, the universal will tried to manifest through electronic circuitry, caused a huge disaster, and they were like, all right, nah, this is fucked. And so the original and his disciples helped mankind adapt to magic. And as a result of all of that, the original and his 4 apostles, Axis, Liberia, Cronus, and Baldius, formed the Sanctus Populi, which is the organization that Ariels, the Pope, is a part of. Subsequently, the originals, Subsequently, the original went into the backyard to stop the universal will. Some of his disciples formed the Conclave, which essentially is like a special advisory board to the United Nations. Absolute World is what again? Oh, that thing. Okay, we're not going to get to that. Not important. So basically, there are, to put a long story short, there are a couple of components that are used to create a special sort of liminal existence between the normal world and the backyard. The state of which is called the absolute world. Some of those were left to and this is where we're going to be very specific here. He left the components to make the absolute world in the hands of Oscar R. Kreutz, one of the 2 people who uses the moniker of that man. After that, so yeah, basically after that departure, he went to go try to stop the universal will, right? After that point, that man. So yeah, we're gonna shift gears here, haha. So after that point, that man went on ahead to basically complete the theory of magical science. Met 2 other scientists called Frederick Bolsara and Aria Hale while he was in college. And at some point after graduation, while working on the ecosystem evolution project, he completed a certain theory called the gear cell theory, where he took cells and stabilized them by infusing them with magic. At that point, the military, there was a point at which the state was like, hey, we want this. Oscar was like, there are 4 conditions y'all have to meet. Apparently they did it. The military intervened anyway. Oscar was like, all right, fuck this. I'm going to take one of these seeds that I was entrusted with. Yeah. Gears in Guilty Gear are an actual bioengineered organism that is essentially an organism whose cells are supercharged with magic. So if you give an organism gear cells and do it correctly, they become a gear. Soul is an example of a gear, or at least until certain events in Strive, he was anyway, but long story. He was essentially the first or prototype gear made under this theory, right? So, the whole thing, yeah. I know it's fighting game lore, but wow, yeah. Yeah. And this is all stuff that has only come together in a more cohesive format recently. Hints of this and bits of this have been talked about previously, but Xrd and Strive are where they really, especially for like English speakers also, began to like centralize this in certain aspects. So, again, when the government basically took over the Gear project and started trying to turn it toward, war applications, his friend Arya was already very, very terminally ill, or near about to, and his friend Frederick was Arya's boyfriend, right, and lover. And so he was like, all right, shit, I gotta do something here. So one of the seeds of the absolute world that we were talking about before, he gave that to Soul and used it to turn him into a gear. Or rather, I believe it was he implanted it and then turned Soul into the first actual like converted gear, the prototype gear. And then at that point, after that, Asuka was like, all right, deuces. And essentially, he lied to Frederick on purpose and ate the blame and then ran off so that the Gear project, would get stalled out. Unfortunately, the US eventually reopened the Gear project in 2042. They activated their own separate Gear prototype in 2045. Asuka joined the new project under an alias, and ultimately in 2073, his friend Arya, who had been like sleeping in cryosleep, he basically implanted Arya. He basically turned Arya into a commander gear, because the idea was that he was like, all right, I'm going to create a system by which the gears can be given orders so that I can countermand whatever wild bullshit the military comes up with. The only problem is that the universal will was still active and running at that point, and what it did was it basically was fucking around in the backyard and piggybacked onto Justice's connection from there. Mutated the people of Japan to potentially turn them into action bombs, essentially. And Asuka was like, man, fuck it. And he had to switch Justice over to manual override and explode Japan in order to stop that from going horribly wrong. Unfortunately, because the universal will essentially like beat Arya's consciousness in with a sledgehammer by virtue of like intervening through the backyard, Arya basically kind of just like Asuka got half of her soul and most of her memories. And then what was left of Arya called herself Justice, declared war on mankind, and that was the start of the war called the Crusades. During the Crusades, this is when this happened. During the Crusades, that man... So let me phrase it like this. This is where we start to get the confusion now of the that man part. This is why I had to come back to this. Because I was like, I don't know if Asuka was ever actually possessed by the original at some point. I don't think that happened. So that's why I had to like run this back. So with the Crusades, during that time period, the original came across Ino in the backyard and was like, oh shit. Like, her power, if it gets high enough, she could become like a real threat to the time-space continuum. So he didn't kill her. He was just like, let me just take half your power right quick and seal it away somewhere. The problem is that the universal will then grabbed that power that was stripped from Ino, shoved it into the original, and basically left him stuck in the backyard. And that thing, right? And especially in particular, this is the important part. Ino's creation in the backyard, that's a silly guy with a gun, yes. So Ino's creation in the backyard essentially is the manifestation of mankind's hope for a brighter future. Right? The main issue is that no matter what places she went or what she tried to do, she ultimately could not manage to essentially speaking, being burdened by all of mankind's hope. This is why the original took some of her power away. That plus being born in the backyard was just like, oh shit, if I don't pull half of her power out, we're not going to have a good time. Right? And so no matter what, and so halfway knowing her purpose, right? She was just like, I just have to make a brighter future for humanity. I just have to make a brighter future for humanity. But no matter what she did, she couldn't pull it off. And that's why eventually Ino becomes the person that she does. By some weird twist of fate, for whatever reason, she basically has what is the equivalent of a quantum entanglement with Axel Low. And so because she has the ability to like jump through time streams, he also gains that ability as well, except he can't control it. So basically Asuka, pretty much, yes. And this is the key part. After the universal will seals that half of Ino's power into the original, and the original becomes Happy Chaos, that is when he also chooses to operate under the moniker of that man as well during the Crusades, which causes no end of trouble. So, Asuka R. Kreutz is that man that was responsible for the destruction of Japan. That's his fault. He is the gear maker. That's him. Right? But during the Crusades, the original, who would eventually take the name Happy Chaos, because here's the critical part, and we're going to get to this later. At the time, after getting turned into freaky, weird, nihilist gun guy, the original, right? This is where this gets complicated. Baiken is initially seeking revenge against that man because, let me make sure that I have this correctly. Correct. So, essentially speaking, right? This is where it gets complicated. So, you have Oscar R. Kreutz, that man, who is the gear maker, the person who turned Soul and Arya, who turned Frederick and Arya into gears, aka Soul bad guy and Justice. That's his fault. Japan getting exploded, his fault. Though he did it to make sure that the universal will wouldn't basically turn every Japanese person on the planet into an action bomb. Those things are Asuka's fault. However, the original, prior to taking up the name Happy Chaos, but after getting turned into a weird abomination by the universal will, the original led an attack on Baiken's hometown with a bunch of gears and is responsible for Baiken being maimed and losing an arm and an eye, as well as the death of her family and her friends. That is the corrupted original's fault. That's his fault. That's him. And then there are other things that he did under using the name That Man, essentially, as a cover that were incorrectly attributed to Asuka. So that's that. That's that thing. So, as I understand it, there was never a point at which the corrupted original ever possessed Asuka, but he was doing a lot of like shitty shit and using the identity of That Man as a cover to be able to pull it off. That's my understanding of it. That has been my understanding of it entirely. Now, here's where we get wild. We go to Guilty Gear X. We're not going to talk Exard. Sorry. Let's go to Exard now. We're not going to get too deep into some other things. The corrupted original takes the name Happy Chaos from what is supposed to be... Let's explain it like this. At some point, Oscar R. Kreutz pulls together a group of people. One of them is Eno. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, take your smoke break. Actually, I need to use the restroom. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm going to go get something to drink. Maybe Catwizard will be back from her smoke break by then, and then I can finish this up. Be right back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And action.
Henshin!
The jump to the sky turns to a rider kick.
There's only one person who can stop, and that's me. Hey everybody, my name is Sean. They call me either that or SJ. As I say on my own channel, make games, I play games. Games make do, basically. Did you really think that I was going to let you hit me with that? No. Guess what? I'm still alive, motherfucker. Going too fast is no good. Shut the fuck up. What else you got? I have to hit button. Button hit good. This no count, no good, self-absorbed. Giving free turns goes against my professional ethics. I saved your ass! Yo, the nerve of this motherfucker. The absolute gall. The complete stinkiness. Do you see these motherfuckers? They stole all my shit! Fuck out of here. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck now. Stank ass, punk ass, smelly ass motherfucker. Yo! Not with the deep cut. My brain is full of eels. Anyway, so Fuck. We should just play this fucking video game. Damn it. That's not fair. No, that's fighting dirty. You can't do that. Just because it's correct doesn't mean it's right. Just for that, I'll teach y'all to talk to me about the consequences of my own actions. And now, this poll that I'm not gonna look at the results of yet. I'm lying. I'm gonna look right now. Jesus fuck! Why are y'all like this? What was the reason? This is all according to my calculations. We will probably be fine. God damn it. Somebody clip that. Going too fast is no good. You facetious motherfuckers. You really are gonna stand up in front of God and everybody. Oh my fucking God. No. No. I can't fucking stand you. How dare you? How very dare you? You right, but shut up. Give me a church. I told y'all I was gonna get a church, and I got a church. Apis above be praised. Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. And peanut butter. Praise be to Lord RN Jesus. For in our time of need, he has provided. Can I get a blessings to RN Jesus in the chat? I have to behave. I have to behave. I have to behave. I have to behave. You know what? I'm just gonna do this.
What kind of just nonsense did you just... What in the hell do you mean? You put me on your whole motherfucking screen?
They're all gonna die. Somebody clip that. Oh no. Not again. Y'all do what I think y'all did? Y'all can't bully me like this. Y'all got me all kinds of twists turned up right now. I don't know what the... I applaud you, but also, God fucking damn it, I would just be like, fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I should be fine. Fuck off. Welcome back, everybody. Alright. So, we're talking about Eno. Right. And then the whole thing about... Right. So, at some point after exploding Japan, after the Crusades, all this other stuff, right? Asuka picked up 3 disciples of his own. One was Eno, eventually, after half of her power was stripped away. Eno, Raven, and then he created... His idea was to create 2 units, so to speak, that would serve 2 different purposes. One was to restore justice back to a human state, and the other was to do the same for Eno if she ever got back the other half of her power. However, he only ever finished one of those units. Or at least the unit that he was able to finish and create is Jacko Valentine. The other was known as Happy Chaos. Now, here's the important thing. The original, in his corrupted state, overheard, right? Overheard a conversation. Long story short, Jacko fucked up, told Eno something that she shouldn't have, and at some point, Jacko then had a conversation with Raven. And during that conversation, they mentioned this Happy Chaos unit that never got finished. Jacko never knew that it never got finished. The original hears that name and goes, I like it, I'm taking it. So the only reason why we know the original is Happy Chaos right now is because he's just like, oh, okay, cool. I like that name. That sounds cool. I'll use it now. And at some point, this is where we get complicated. So, the Pope that we were talking about before, and that's like the second time I've said that, but we're getting there now. The Pope that I was talking about before, and that Cookie was talking about before, Ariel's, she is the universal will. Let's be clear about that, right? She is the universal will, just incarnated as a human being. At some point, like the hows of it are different depending on what language that you're in. With one of them, in English, it's stated that she's the manifestation of the universal will. In Japanese, it is implied that she was like reborn as a human. But either way, right, like Ariel's is the universal will made manifest in a human body. That's the essential part that we need to know here. At some point, Ariel's did take Happy Chaos and seal her inside of herself, and that's the possession Cookie Mom is talking about, right? Because Ariel's was like, all right, I need to know these things and understand these things, right? But unfortunately, she wasn't even able to handle the information density that keeping Happy Chaos inside of her caused, and that started like winding her brain up in the wrong direction. And she started wilding the fuck out. The events of Guilty Gear Xrd take place, and ultimately, she gets beaten and imprisoned. Happy Chaos is still sealed inside of her. The start of Guilty Gear Strive's story mode is Eno showing up at the castle where Ariel's is imprisoned, like about 3 or so weeks after the end of all the events of Guilty Gear Xrd, and going yoink and pulling Happy Chaos out of Ariel's. At which point, she calms down way the fuck more. Right? And so she goes back to quote unquote normal. I think the implication mostly is that after all of that is said and done, Ariel's finally just like chills the fuck out with all that. The main thing to note is that Ariel's essentially, she is not the Pope anymore, though. Like, so, by a technical note, technically speaking, so far as both Ramlethal and Elfelt are concerned, Ariel's is the person who made them, and so they call her mother. But going off of other, because of the data essentially that Ramlethal used to, sorry, I'm getting that backwards. The data that was used to create Ramlethal as well as Elfelt, they're twins, to be clear. That data came from Arya, who, as we know, became Justice, and at some point, right? At some point, over the course of Guilty Gear Xr'd's story modes, Jacko eventually did get to sort of accomplish her mission, as it were, and she was used to essentially salvage what was left from Arya out of Justice and deposit into Jacko. Now, here's the critical thing, and this is the thing that is talked about in story mode for Strive also. Jacko is under the mistaken impression that at some point Arya is just going to come back and that she's just here temporarily until whatever, right? No. Whatever was left of Arya emotionally in Justice was so thoroughly crushed by everything that she was like, hey, you, Jacko, will be the continuation of my legacy. I entrust who I am to you for you to find your own way in the world. You do not have to worry about trying to become me, because that's not going to happen. Continue on as yourself and learn who you are yourself. Right? That's sort of the main thrust of Strive story mode. And Soul Bad Guy, being the absolute fucking mensch that he is, ultimately decided, or ultimately knew this whole time, it's like, hey, yeah, Jacko, I've never called you Arya because I know you're not. And I'm fine with that. I like you for yourself and who you are. I was never looking for you to be a replacement for Arya. I've made my peace with the fact that, like, you know, ultimately speaking, I'm not going to be able to get the Arya that I had back. She's gone. But I don't see you as a replacement for her, necessarily. I don't expect you to simply just slot in where she left off. It's like, I like you for you and for who you are. So be yourself. I say all of that to say that, like, Guilty Gear's lore, for all that there are parts of it that were not accessible to people outside of Japan for a very long time, and aspects of it that just didn't get told until, you know, the later games finally got to it. Guilty Gear, in its story, for all that it can be wild and ridiculous, and for all that I know, a friend of mine who would absolutely, if she heard me say all of that, would say, and this is why I'm like, fighting game stories are some bullshit, dog. And I'm like, you're not wrong, but also Guilty Gear is a story, and has always been a story, about what it means to be human, or what it means to be a monster. That has always been what the story of Guilty Gear is. And the titular Guilty Gear himself none other than one Frederick Bulsara, aka Soul Bad Guy, was so named as the Guilty Gear because as the first gear ever created, the first prototype gear, especially as converted from a human, he was the first gear to actually have the capacity to make moral decisions in the literal sense of I as a human being know what it is to sin. And therefore, I as a human being, if I as a gear now, even if I do something that is wrong, unlike other gears who were not given the choice, I was. And so he is the guilty gear for that reason. I'm pretty sure that's the logic they use. Let me go look this up on his page and see if they actually touch upon that. Like, I think it comes up in like one of his story mode things. Who is the guilty gear? Yeah. So I think it explicitly comes up in his ending for the first game. More so than anything else. Yeah, I think it was in his... why do people do memes? I hate this so much. But yeah. As I understand it, here it is. It was his first ending. In the original game. Hang on, sorry. Y'all are getting double audio, because I forgot to turn this off. Yeah. So, in the ending for Soul's text, in Soul's ending in the first Guilty Gear, which is canon, he's the one, well, I think, if I remember correctly, it's canon that he's the one who ultimately wound up killing Justice, right? At that time, obviously, Arya, and if you play the original Guilty Gear, they say that Justice is a dude. This is incorrect. Justice is a woman. Or at least feminine. You get what I'm getting at. So, Justice asks, wait, how are you able to disobey me? How are you able to fight against me? Because they did fight at least at one point before the first Guilty Gear game. And so she's like, wait, you're a gear too. The mark on your forehead is proof. Then how did you disobey my orders? I ask you the same question. I'm Type 1. The first gear ever produced. The only gear to be fully self-aware, to have a will of their own, she says. And because of that, I wield the power to command all other gears. Every gear manufactured after you, the first, is a production model. Having no will, they can do nothing but obey you. So then why do you think I don't follow you like a mindless doll? Isn't it obvious? I'm the prototype gear. So Soul is like, at that point, Justice is like, oh, I see. And then she gets, Soul is like, we were forged by the, let me slow it down a little bit. Soul then says, we were forged by the will of greedy human beings. And so we're nothing more than a symbol of all that's wrong with the world. For that reason, I will never stop until I've destroyed every gear. Justice, like, so that's why I seem to recall the Gear Project long ago. That's right. How could I have forgotten you? If only we could have talked one last time, just the three of us. That is enough of what's left of Arya's brain reasserting itself and going, you're Frederick. I wish that me, you, and Asuka could have talked one last time. Just the three of us. And then she dies after that. Justice? That's right. The man who created us. Our boss. Asuka. I won't rest until I writhing in agony before me. Soul, the guilty gear, stared at his blood-stained hands and prayed. Prayed for the soul of the grotesque sacrifice lying at his feet. So yeah, the reason why, the narration names him that, but what most people seem to agree on generally is that because Soul is the actual first gear with the actual capacity to make a decision between right and wrong, that is why he is the guilty gear, because he's the only one, at least until gears after being freed from Justice's control, some of them do eventually develop their own will and emotions. Even the ones that were not like human type gear conversions, they do eventually like get a grasp on that. But yes, Soul is the narration of his ending in the first Guilty Gear game explicitly names him as the Guilty Gear. So yes. And the reasoning that I was just saying this, so I'm going to say it again. Yes, it's him. The narration explicitly says he is the Guilty Gear. And the general vibe of why he is named such is because since he is the first gear actually ever produced, right? Not Justice the way that Justice thought. Soul is the first one, because Asuka turned him into one as part of a gambit to try to shut the Gear Project down when it was going to get used by the military. Which is what I said before, if you remember. So, Soul is called the Guilty Gear by the narration because he, as the first gear ever created, is therefore, up until after Justice is defeated and at least some gears eventually manage to develop their own sense of sentience and will, he is the only gear who ever actually had full enough control of his faculties to be aware of whether or not the things he was doing were right or wrong. Because he is the only gear that can feel guilt for who he is or what he has done, he is the Guilty Gear. That's the whole point of that. He is the reason why the series is named that way, because he is, up until other gears began to sort of develop sentience and emotion, he is the only gear who has the capacity to understand right and wrong and therefore be capable of guilt. Now, insofar as what Cookie Mom was alluding to with Dizzy, the only thing I'm going to say about Dizzy is that while we don't know how, Frederick Bulsara and Arya Hale's genetic material, I'm not saying this is like a bit to be haha funny, I'm dead serious. Frederick Bulsara and Arya Hale, their genetic material, because they were like basically Arya was Frederick's fiance, right? Like, they were in love. People generally presume that, basically speaking, they must have had sex at some point before Arya was put into cryosleep, and then that did weird interactions with her gear cells when she became turned into Justice. And then at some point, while Justice was still sealed away, after the Crusades, somehow that commingling of genetic material gave birth and rise to Dizzy sometime in the year 2177. The game itself is not really clear about why or when that happened, but most people that I know of who know enough about the lore basically just assume that some rendezvous that happened between Frederick and Arya before she got sealed and then subsequently got converted into Justice is responsible for that. We don't know. We don't know how, except genetically speaking, her mother is Justice, and her father is Soul. Dead facts. And by virtue of the fact that ultimately Jacko was sort of the inheritor of Arya's will, as it were, ultimately speaking, this is where this shit gets really funny. This is where this shit gets really, really funny. So you're going to have to forgive me. This is going to get wild. Essentially speaking, as far as the characters themselves are concerned and where these things go, this is going to get real funny, but bear with me. Yeah, so the theory is, there's also the ritual that resurrected Justice for the original Guilty Gear game, which used some of Frederick's blood as part of it, and oops. The thing is that, depending on the calendar timing, Dizzy would have had to have been born while Justice was sealed away. So, it's like this is the part where I'm like doing like the head bobbing thing, kind of, because it's like, yeah, maybe, but based on the timing of these things, this is the complication that we're working with here. So that could be it, but it might not be it. It's hard to tell. It's in the air. Now, all that said, this is where we get funky. Because her template is Arya, and Justice could be considered to be her other self, Jacko could, if you wanted to sort of look at it theoretically, right? And this is the basis of one of the funniest parts of Guilty Gear Xr'd's story mode at some point. Basically what winds up happening, two things. There is a point at which Soul, like right before they go off to go fight the Universal Will as well as the revived body shell of Justice, just her body, her consciousness is not there, right? Some sit down and some reasoning happens. People start talking. And at some point, I forget who the exact conversation is between, but it's like Soul and Kai are on Johnny's airship, flying toward the final battle, right? And I think Sin is also there. And they're having a conversation. You know what? let me just go. Let me just make sure that I remember this correctly. Okay, so it's Jacko, Sin. Yeah. Sol, Kai, Ramlethal, Sin, and Jacko are all on Johnny's airship. And Sin is like, hey, is Sol related to Mom in any way? And Sol's like, shut the fuck up. He doesn't actually say that. But he's like, let's not talk about that right now. And Kai's like, what are you talking about? And then Jacko's like, I think I'm qualified to answer that. And then Sol's like, Jacko? You know what? No. I need to do this. If you'll pardon the pun, I need to do this justice. If you'll pardon the pun. This is one of the funniest fucking things that has ever been in a fighting game story mode before. I love it so much.
Ah, じゃあなんか話そうぜ。
話すって何を？
そうだな。前から気になってたんだけどさ、親父ってもしかして母さんの親？
シン。その話題は今やめておけ。
何の話だ？
あら、そのことなら私が一番。
ジャックをやめろと言ったはずだ。いいか、今から皆何も考えるな。
なんで？
それが平和だからだ。決戦の前だ。もやっとしたくない。俺は間違ってない。
待ってくれ。そうか。その話は、ディズィはジャスティスの娘で、つまり、いや、嘘だ。まさか、それが私の弟。
カイ
どっちが勝った？絶叫コンテストは。
シンのおかげで楽しい旅路。
Yeah. Yeah. And it gets even better. I'm going to show y'all one more that is also, maybe also the second most hilarious thing in this fucking story mode. Give me 1 second. Shit! Do I have snooze? Hang on. Let me snooze. Come on. No! I don't care about that. I want to snooze the ads. Let me snooze. I hate this. I can't even see my own thing to snooze. Although Soul's actor sounds familiar. His name is escaping me right now. I can tell you his name in a second. Hold on. His name is Joji Nakata. Has been his voice actor consistently for a while, I believe. Wouldn't recognize the name. Alucard in Japanese Hellsing. Let me see. Here. Okay, I'm waiting for the ads to finish before I show you all this next part because I don't know who's stuck in ad hell or not. And this is really funny. This is really funny, and I feel like I am obligated to show you all this because wait for the ads to clear, and then we're gonna go. Okay, ads are clear. I'm gonna give it a little bit. I'm gonna give it like a minute more, and then I'm gonna give it a little more, and then we'll hop to it. This right here is like the second fun. This right here is probably the second funniest part, at least to me. This is like the second funniest part of Guilty Gear Xrd story mode. It's fucking hilarious. To give this a little bit of context. So, Sin, for those of you who don't already know, Sin Kisk, though he doesn't use the last name Kisk. Yeah, this is during the after story, I think. Sin is the daughter. It's not sorry, daughter. Wow. Sin is the son of. Follow me here. Sin is the son of Dizzy and Kai Kisk. That blonde, our favorite blonde pretty boy who is freaking the fuck out about being Soul's son-in-law. This is Sin's dad. Sin, when he is talking about the old man, is referring explicitly to Soul. Because what wound up happening was, for various reasons that I'm not going to get into too deeply, there was a point at which Kai basically had to do an eye transplant swap with Sin. That's why Sin wears an eye patch. It's complicated. I don't have enough time to go into it. It's just there was a reason why it had to happen. I'm just going to leave it at that. And at some point after that, Kai was like, Soul, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to raise Sin for me. And that is primarily because Kai used to be a cop. So Kai used to be a member of the Sacred Order of Holy Knights who helped fight against justice in the Crusades. He came, basically, like, the Crusades have been going on for a long time before Kai became a member of the Sacred Order. And basically was like a teenage prodigy that kind of rose up through the ranks in, like, the closing years of what we would call the Crusades, essentially speaking. Right? He became a cop in the years after that, and also a decorated war hero, despite, you know, only doing but so much and all that. And I forget if it was Justice's. No, I'm pretty sure Cliff got credit for defeating Justice in the Crusades. And then I think Kai essentially was given stolen valor off of the back of the defeat of Justice at the end of the first Guilty Gear. And that eventually wound up segueing him into getting catapulted into being the king of his own country and all that. However, and this is covered in his Guilty Gear X2 ending for Accent Core plus R, I think, at the very least. If I remember right, it may be in the original Guilty Gear X2, but I'm not sure about that. The main point is that there is one of the Guilty Gear X2 endings details him meeting Dizzy at some point, and they form a bond because Dizzy is a very shy and bookish, person who's very gentle, and Kai is becoming less of a bastard of a cop in the sense that, like, he's not so dogmatic about what is just and what is not. The long and short of it is that having a child with a gear is extremely scandalous. And so for various reasons, not because Kai was ashamed of him, but because, like, I am not in a position to be able to, like, raise my son safely. Soul, please take him and raise him. Which eventually leads into the events of Guilty Gear 2 Overture, because while Soul is essentially raising Sin, Soul, for being a scientist and a very skilled machinist and overall a genius, Soul is a lazy fucking bum. And normally I wouldn't say that about somebody, but, like, Soul is a lazy fucking bum. And he half-asses everything. One of his stated dislikes in his official profile is, like, having to exert himself. He hates that shit. So, the end result is that Sin... Okay. I've been glossing over something important here because I don't want to get deep into it because I trust y'all not to be weird about it, but I'm just going to kind of say it flat out. With the way that gears mature and age, they age rapidly. So Sin looks like a teenager going toward a young adult. Mentally, he is about there-ish, give or take a couple of years. We're not talking about biologically. We're not going into that. We're just not. We're not. Gears do not age like human beings. And that's where I'm leaving that. Gears do not age like human beings, and that's the only spot that I'm leaving that. I don't want to get into it any deeper than that. So just understand that, like, Sin is still relatively young, right? As far as all of this is concerned. If I told you chronologically the calculation, Dizzy's age calculation, I don't want to get into it. Yeah. Like, what Cookie Mom has said is roughly the essential part of it. Dizzy has the emotional maturity to match that, and I'm going to leave it at that. Let me phrase that. Dizzy has the emotional maturity to match her physical appearance, and I am leaving it at that. Sin, sorta. But yes, that is why. Because they were meant to be bioengineered weaponry, that is why they mature so quickly. Sin is getting there. But I'm saying that just to put all this in context. So whenever Sin is talking about the old man, he's actually talking about Soul. Because for a very long time, he essentially considered Soul as his father figure and considered Kai to be a useless bum who hated him and hated his mom. It's more complicated than that, but let's get into it here.
なんでそんな苦いもの飲むんだ？
苦ければ砂糖を入れてもいいんだぞ。
砂糖を入れてもいいのか？
そうか。
どうしました？
シンはソルとの野営生活が長かった。だが、ソルもああ見えてしっかりと親の役割を果たしていたんだな。確かにこれは 子供には苦いかもしれない。
じゃあシンは他の飲み物がいい？ミルクならありますよ。
じゃあ砂糖水。砂糖水？ああ、うまいんだぜ。親父と旅をしていた時には
普通の水が一番だ。
とか言ってなかなか飲ませてくれなかったけどな。でもなんかいいことがあった時はご褒美で飲めたんだよ。で、これは裏技なんだけど、ちょっとだけ塩を入れるとさらにマジゴッとうまくなるんだ。それでもさ、そうなったらみんなは親父のことなんて呼ぶんだ？
確かにそうですね。どうしましょうか。
ディズィーさんの場合は普通にお父さんでいいんじゃないですか？私たちにとってもお父さんなのかな。あれ、お兄さんかも。
何よりも恐れていた事態だ。
そういえば今日はソルさん、いえ、お父さんがここに来ると言っていましたよね。ちょうどいいですね。みんなでお話しして決めましょう。
おう、クリティカルにグッドタイミングじゃねえか。さすが親父だぜ。
クリティカルの使い方を間違えているぞ。間の悪さは確かにクリティカルだが、私が出るよ。みんなはそのままで。
So yeah. Then basically they go. Yeah, the short answer is that basically after that conversation, the short answer is that basically after that conversation, Soul and Kai have a talk where Soul's like, "Hey, I gotta show the fight. Okay. Let me fast forward because after story A is like half an hour long, and it has at least part of that bullshit that we saw a second ago."
.適当な理由をつけて追い返すか。しかしそれでは嘘をつくことになってしまう。そうだ、ここは一つ。すみません。先にソルと二人で話しておきたいことがあります。少しの間出ますが、心配しないでください。お前が訪ねてくるなんて珍しいと思っていたから。生き方を変える時だと、そういう話をしようと思っていたんだが。少し歩かないか。
We gotta skip ahead because this is some other bullshit that's not relevant to what we care about right now. This is stuff y'all don't have context for.
Doこまで行くつもりだ？
それを今、私も聞こうとしたところだ。扉越しに伝わるような陶器を放っておいて、一体どんな話をするつもりだったんだ？
お前は本当に吹っ切れているのか？
何をだ？
決着だ。俺とお前、互いの本気のだ。
何を今さら。それはまあ未練がないと言えば嘘になるかもしれないが、私の中でけじめはついている。第一、私は常に真剣だった。今まで本気を出さなかったのはお前の方じゃないか。
いや違う、俺じゃない。今まで一度たりとも本気を見せなかったのはお前の方だ。
何よ、今日は一体何の話をしに来たんだ？
聖戦時、まだお互いが出会う前だ。天才剣士の噂をクリフから聞いた。それはつまりお前のことだ。俺はこれっぽっちも興味を持たなかった。だが初めて戦場でお前を見た時、そこには俺の想像をはるかに超えた存在がいた。いや、あったと言った方が正しいか。一分の隙もなく、無駄もなく、油断も躊躇も恥も外聞も騎士道も慈悲もない、感情なんて介在する余地のない存在。まるで屠殺場の機械だ。ただ効率的にギアを駆逐していく。
I would have been like a teenager at the time, not even a young adult.
俺は戦慄した。
昔の話だ。
まあ聞け。ともかくだ。それが俺の知るカイという男の本気だ。そしてある日、お前が俺に勝負を挑んできた。その時、俺がどう思ったかわかるか？ビビってた。正直に言ってビビってたんだよ。こいつは俺がギアであることを知って殺しに来たんだってな。だから俺は全力で身構えた。ところが蓋を開けてみればどうだ。お前は真剣勝負とのたまっておきながらチャンバラごっこを始め出した。
それは当たり前だろう。いや、チャンバラごっこと言われるのは心外だが、私が戦場で使う技術はあくまでも怪物を倒すためのものだ。
だからよ、お前はそこがずれてんだよ。俺はギアだ。化け物なんだよ。
Oh right, okay. Let me preface this just real quick so that you're not caught by surprise. Soul's a dickhead, and he's going to say something extremely dickheaded specifically to get a rise out of Kai, just so it doesn't like shock anybody. But I didn't want to throw y'all into that cold because that can be kind of a lot. He's gonna say something extremely dickheaded on purpose to go to fight out of Kai. It's a little bit of a spoiler, but I'd rather not y'all like go into that cold.
だが、あんな戦い方をすれば、それはもう勝負ではない。
なあ、そうだな。真剣勝負だ。
真剣勝負？どう言えばわかるか。そうだな。ちょっとその剣を抜いてくれるか。
これか。
これでお前は一度死んだ。やり直したい、説明が足りない、初めから分かっていれば、そんな主張には何の価値もない。卑怯、騙し討ちが上等。ただ生きるか死ぬかだ。これが真剣勝負か。こんな負け方で納得できるか。
まだ分からねえのか。今日は俺がお前に挑戦してるんだ。念願の決着をつけるんだよ。俺の都合で悪いがルールは一つでいい。せーので頼むぜ。
やめろ。なぜそんな挑発をする。
ガタガタ言ってんじゃねえ。よく見ろよ、カイキスク。てめえの前にいるのは人間か、それとも自分の女も化け物だから躊躇しちまうってのか。
Mind you, he said this shit about his own daughter, specifically just to get a rise out of Kai. Soul's a dickhead. Let's just be clear about that. He's better in Strive. He's mostly over it in Strive, but he's really a dickhead.
なぜ報道が先行しているとにかく一度こちらも大事件だ
寝るなら帰ってベッドにしておけ。
Not even into Kettle. They are basically married
ならちょうどいい
at this point.
地面が一番
So it's not even like into. They have a son.
なんで本気でやらなかった
いつもと逆だな。お前だって変身しなかったじゃないか。
使う暇がなかっただけだ
まあ実戦用の戦術だからな。知らなければ一方的にやられて当たり前だ。だが正規師団では初歩的な内容だぞ。
もう一度訓練に誘われたら考える
それで何か分かったのか。
何
初めはなぜ私を怒らせるのかと思ったが、だが動きで分かったよ。実戦で何かを理解しようとしていたんじゃないのか。
どう向き合うのかだ、人間は化け物とどう向き合うのか知りたかったのはそいつだ。
どうしてそんなことを。聞けば済む話だ。
おしゃべりで戦いに勝てるかよ。残念ながら収穫はゼロだったがな。お前の方がよほど化け物だ。
Yeah, like Guilty Gear is a rock opera disguised as a fighting game.
ギアメーカーだな。お前は彼との決闘に備えて。
So yeah, literally the only reason why like Soul pissed in Kai's cornflakes is because he's like the gear maker is basically for all intents and purposes a human. He's not a gear. He is a human that's going to be coming at me with magic. I need to know how to fight him. So for all of that, he showed up and basically pissed in Kai's cornflakes and said, "Hey, like, so what? You're holding back against me because your woman's a gear too?" It's like basically he was just like, "You soft," and this is what happened. Yeah, Soul's a dickhead, but Guilty Gear. Yeah, Kai, and it says a lot, by the way, that even though Kai is an orphan, and I don't mean this in like a negative way, Kai is an orphan-ass orphan, and he has a better understanding of how it is to raise kids than Soul does. And that should tell you a lot. The sugar water thing, like basically, essentially speaking, right? Like Soul, you could say that a lot of that sort of like built up crusty pessimism is the result of being betrayed by that man. And that's why, despite being a literal scientist and engineer, right? He was just like, man, he's just like, man, I hate working. I hate putting like my all into things. It's really exhausting. And this is why by the time Guilty Gear 2 Overture is happening, which is maybe around, I'm approximating, I think it's something like 5 years after the original Guilty Gear in universe. Maybe a little bit more than that. I don't know the time frames off the top of my head exactly. Sin is basically at that point just getting a grasp on how to read. When he's first introduced in Guilty Gear 2 Overture. And it's mostly because Soul half-assed teaching him how to do that, like everything else. Soul bad guy, everybody. But yeah, Guilty Gear has always been a story about what it means to be human. It has always been a story about what it means to be human. And whether or not being a gear actually disqualifies you from being a human. It doesn't. The ultimate decision that the series makes about that is like, of course it doesn't matter. Sometimes being human means that you. Sorry, I wind up hearing myself over the thing when I went to Twitch to figure out who we're gonna raid. Yeah, sometimes being human means that you kind of suck. Yeah. All right, let's see who we can go hang out with. I'm not gonna drop us off at anybody who is doing any kind of like watch party stuff. As far as Evo goes, because we're not doing that, right? I made a promise. I know who I can drop y'all off with, but as usual, here's our usual closing slate of ads. All ads and links where you can follow me and things like that. More about the game dev studio that I helped co-found. Nightbot is linking you over to the info glossary for fighting games if you want to check out some other stuff. And then Discord, if you want to join my personal Discord, there it is over there. We'll be back on Sunday to try to finish up the last 2 tournaments in Custom Robo. And then I may cut stream early so I can then figure out what's what. If we finish before normal finish time, we'll see how that goes. We are going to go raid into my friend T5. He's currently playing some Devil May Cry 5 on Switch 2, and then is planning on switching over to Star Fox. That's a lie. He's already playing Star Fox R. I call it. So we're gonna go hang out with T5 while they're playing the new Star Fox. Thank y'all for coming by. Deeply appreciate it. Stay safe, wash your hands, wear a mask if you go outside, be excellent to each other. Not the bigots, racist, turfs, sexists, anti-queer folks, or fascists. Remember, Black Lives Matter, trans rights are human rights, reproductive rights are human rights. Palestine, Sudan, the Congo, New Caledonia, and Haiti must all be free. None of us are free till we're all free. Look out for each other, take care of each other. You don't have to do a lot to do that. Just do it. Yeah, we're gonna go hang out over with T5. This is our raid message. That's our raid message. Shades just raid. Let them know who sent you. Throw in all your favorite emotes. They'll have my emotes. Be chill. Enjoy the vibe. Enjoy the Star Fox. I know a lot of people feel a lot of ways about Star Fox R basically being the second reinterpretation of the Lilat Wars, basically, but everything I've been seeing about it, people like the vibe. So we vibe. But alright. Take care, y'all. I'll catch y'all later. Till next time. Deuces.